open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolet Becancourt. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the 6th anniversary of the official recognition of the Quebecois nation by this House. Right up until the very last minute, we had hoped that the Conservative Party members, Liberal and NDP members would take advantage of this anniversary to admit that it's unacceptable for such recognition not to have resulted in any concrete action. We had hoped in vain to hear the three Federalist parties say how they intend to respect the rights of Quebecers to control themselves, that is, their own social, economic and cultural development in Quebec, to protect their language and to freely choose their future. Soon, these three parties will have to make a choice. They will have to choose whether to truly recognize the Quebecois nation and its inalienable right to self-determination by supporting the repeal of the Clarity Act, or they will have to prove that such recognition was only, in their eyes, yet another attempt to mislead Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the City of Pickering and the Mayor's Gala Committee for another successful fundraising event held on November 24. The Pickering Mayor's Gala, currently on its 8th year, is a black tie fundraiser where all of the proceeds go directly back into the community, primarily supporting the Rouge Valley Ajax Pickering Hospital and similar local charities. Since its inception in 2005, the Mayor's Gala has raised approximately $1 million and continues to thrive year after year. Both Mayor Dave Ryan and the Gala Chair, Ms. Diana Hills-Milligan, are both deserving recipients of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. Together, they make a formidable team dedicated to strengthening the communities of Pickering and the Durham region. I take this opportunity to thank all sponsors, donors, and local organizations for their continued support of the community and the City of Pickering, a great place to live and raise a family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the residents, Mayor, and Thunder Bay City Council for deciding to move on to Phase 3 of the Thunder Bay Multipurpose Event Centre project. The Thunder Bay Multiplex will be an important economic development tool for the city. But before our multiplex can host top-level junior hockey, national curling events, concerts, and large-scale conventions, Mr. Speaker, it must be built. Construction and operation of the multiplex will generate $150 million in economic benefits during its construction and $22 million in annual economic benefits to the residents and businesses of the city once it's built. As they enter Phase 3 of the project, the City of Thunder Bay is looking for partners. It sounds like a perfect project for the federal government to partner in, Mr. Speaker. I hope when the request for partnership arrives that this Conservative government will look at the project, see its merits, and become a full funding partner in this important and exciting project in northwestern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, December 1st, the world's only Women's Institute home will celebrate its Diamond Jubilee anniversary. I'm proud to say this highly respected home for senior women is located in Woodstock in my riding of Tobic-Mactaquac. I wish to congratulate Marion Bryan, who served as the home's matron for 17 years, as well as the entire network of women's institutes in New Brunswick and across Canada for their fine work. More than 60 years ago, WIs throughout New Brunswick raised money to purchase a home, and on December 1st, 1952, the Grand Victorian structure on Chapel Street welcomed its first resident. While originally intended for WI members, the home is now open to senior women. Currently, there are 19 residents and a capacity for 21. In honor of their Diamond Jubilee, the WI home will hold a high tea this Saturday from 2 to 4, carrying on the Women's Institute tradition of working together for home, community, and country. I know all my colleagues and I wish them best wishes for a successful event, and thank you to your facility for the past 6 decades.
Right on. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, China recently announced plans to implement an organ donation system phasing out the practice of harvesting organs from executed prisoners, or so they say. This in the wake of ongoing allegations that Chinese officials are harvesting organs from Falun Gong and Falun Dafa prisoners without their consent. This was recently underlined in a report produced by a former Liberal MP that was based on telephone recordings made by the NGO for the Coalition to investigate the persecution of the Falun Gong in China. The report cites a price list on a Chinese transplant center's website. which offers corneas for $30,000, kidneys for $62,000, livers for $130,000, and lungs for $170,000. All this despite the fact that China supposedly banned organ trafficking in 2007. Organ harvesting without consent is wrong and must be stopped. If China is serious about human rights, as it says that it is through trade talks, then China must get serious about stopping this barbaric practice, or we should stop trade negotiations.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I and the people of Brampton were saddened to learn of the passing of local hero and World War II veteran Bill Boots Bettridge. I've known the Bettridge family my entire life, and I offer them my condolences. Bill will truly be missed in Brampton. He was one of our most decorated veterans and is the model for the carving of the veteran statue in Gage Park. Bill was a survivor of the D-Day landings in Normandy, part of Operation Overlord. He landed on the shores of France on June 6, 1944, with thousands of young Canadian soldiers charged with liberating Europe from Nazi occupation. Bill was also a recipient in 2008 of the Minister of Veterans Affairs Commendation. He actively promoted veterans' interests in the Royal Canadian Legion and the community. He used his experience and stories to inspire young people to gain a better understanding of veterans. Bill was a great man who will be missed. Missed but not forgotten, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of visiting Miss Kent's grade 4 class at Harbourview Elementary School in Dartmouth. The students prepared an impressive exhibit inspired by the work and life of Maud Lewis, including building a replica of her home right inside the school. For more than 30 years, Maud Lewis lived in a one-room shack with no electricity, plumbing, or insulation. And yet she produced some of Nova Scotia's most enduring artwork. Maud joyfully painted on every part of that now famous house, turning her entire home into a work of art. In fact, the whole building has been restored and now sits in the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. Although Maud passed away many years before any of these students were born, her presence was felt in the incredible work the students did. They learned about Maud's life and how she found joy and gratitude for what little she had. Congratulations to the students of Harbourview Elementary, Ms. Kent, and the Take Action Society for the incredible work they did.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on the courageous efforts Canadians made in the Korean War. This past Remembrance Day, I accompanied 6 distinguished Canadian Korean War veterans as they returned to Korea almost 60 years after the armistice was signed in 1953. I was mesmerized by their tales as they recalled some of their experiences from so long ago. Shanties and bombed-out roads have been replaced by high-rise business and residential areas. Modern transit systems, bridges, and infrastructure make South Korea one of the most advanced societies in the world today. We visited the Korean National War Museum, which now contains a portrait painted by Ted Zuber, a Korean veteran, the only non-Korean artifact on display. And the United Nations Cemetery, where many of our fallen soldiers rest, is meticulously maintained. So revered are these heroes that no building can be built that will cast a shadow on those graves. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor for me to be there with Jim Duncan, Gary Miller, John Bishop, Don Carmichael, Don Dalkey, and Philip Daniel. They and all Korean War veterans should know how very proud we are of all of them.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Using corporate tax to take money out of the pockets of Canadians. Our Conservative government is focused on helping our neighbours save their hard-earned money. Our government will boost the tax-free savings account limit with a $500 increase. We on this side of the House want to support Canadian families, unlike the NDP, who would tax them into debt with a senseless carbon tax. Our economic action plan is clearly working. Over 800,000 net new jobs have been created by our economy. We enjoy the highest credit rating by 3 independent rating agencies. The IMF and the OECD both project Canada to have the strongest growth in the G7. We have the most stable banking system in the world and the lowest overall tax rate.
That's right.
My Conservative colleagues and I believe in free trade, lower taxes, and support for families. I wish I could say the same about our friends in the NDP who would impose a carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the NDP, we thank the many organisations and individuals whose tireless efforts in Canada and abroad support those living with HIV/AIDS in their work to prevent future infections. The AIDS epidemic has become a global public health challenge which warrants our collective attention and demands our concerted action. Even amidst advances in medical science, the scarcity of life-saving drugs condemns many to a life of poverty and from dying a preventable death. It is more important than ever that we support life-saving initiatives to fight AIDS-related deaths. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to vote in favour of Bill C-398 tonight, the Medicines for All bill, which would save millions of lives worldwide. On this solemn but hopeful occasion, we in the NDP recommit to ending the spread of HIV/AIDS at home and abroad and supporting those who live with HIV/AIDS to ensure their dignity and rights are upheld.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to the House's attention that yesterday was the 100th anniversary of the Association for Mineral Exploration in British Columbia, which was proudly represented the mineral exploration and development business community. British Columbia is a powerhouse in the mining industry with amazing mineral potential, which has helped grow British Columbia's economy throughout its proud history. Members of the association have discovered significant coal, mineral, and metal deposits in Canada and around the world, which has provided British Columbians with high-paying jobs and economic growth. While developing economic opportunities, they have also focused on developing world-leading practices in health and safety and environmental stewardship, the foundations of responsible resource development. I would like to congratulate this association for their important work creating jobs and growth in BC and around the world while protecting the environment. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind my colleagues that we all need a healthy and equal environment for us all as we will shortly commemorate the terrible events of December 6, 1989. Since my election, I have unfortunately witnessed misogynist comments directed at my female colleagues from all parties. These are unacceptable remarks spoken within this chamber when we should be an example for all Canadians. I think it is unfortunate that still today age and gender are such that the elected representatives equal in this House are treated differently by their peers. It is unfortunate that across the country people suffer because of their differences. Thousands of citizens have unfair treatment, and some of them will lose their lives needlessly. This cycle of violence must stop. We have been saying so for years. It is high time for action. It is time to implement in Parliament across the country a climate of respect that we are all entitled to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is standing up for Canada's veterans and their families. Through our innovative Veterans Transition Action Plan, we are ensuring that veterans have the support that they need to assist them with every aspect of the transition from military to civilian life. We've taken action to harmonize our disability benefits at Veterans Affairs, and with these changes and those being made at DND, our government is investing $1.2 billion into benefits and services for Canada's veterans. And Mr. Speaker, our 2012 supplementary estimates B include $18 million in new spending for veteran services and benefits. Mr. Speaker, the opposition claim that they support Canada's veterans. And Mr. Speaker, this is their chance to prove it. I hope that the opposition will do the right thing and vote in favour of this funding because Canada's veterans and their families deserve no less.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, last month, Atlantic Liberal members and senators visited Fort McMurray, Alberta. Atlantic Canadians are proud of what works they've done over the years in allowing the oil sands to realize its full potential. Along with a tour of the Syncrude oil and gas operation, we visited a site where Prime Minister John Chrétien in 1996 signed an agreement with major oil companies in the province that fostered this great development in Alberta. We met with many from the area, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Airport Authority, Piano College, MLAs and councillors. We were very appreciative of the warm reception we received from the Albertans, but we are very disappointed that this Conservative government is not supportive of their infrastructure demands. Right. Fort McMurray and Alberta oil industry play a crucial role in our national economy, generating thousands of jobs for Canadians, and we must ensure that all levels of government work together in helping expand that region. For Mr. Speaker, the future wealth and prosperity of our country depends on it.
Bravo! The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal member for Ottawa South suggested that Albertans don't belong in Parliament, the Liberal leader said his remarks don't really reflect the views of the Liberal Party. But make no mistake, this is not just one Liberal gone astray. When asked if Canada would be better off with fewer Albertans in government, the front-runner for the Liberal leadership said, "I'm a Liberal, so of course I believe that." Shame. The anti-Albertan attitude of the Liberal Party has not changed a bit since Pierre Trudeau shackled Alberta with the National Energy Program that devastated the entire Canadian economy. Even though the member from Papineau said Canada belongs to them, Alberta knows it belongs to everyone across the country, every province, every region. And that is why we are proud to support our strong national Conservative government made up of MPs from all across the country who stand united in representing our ridings as we build on Canada's legacy of freedom, equality, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, I imagine if I was a Conservative MP waking up this morning to news about new vehicle emission standards, I would probably rise in the House and say something like this. The Conservatives are imposing a $36 billion car tax on Canadians. This car tax will increase the price of cars first by $700, then by $1,800. Who would ever be foolish enough to impose a $36 billion car tax on the shoulders of Canadians? Conservatives are raising prices on everything. Mr. Speaker, the economy would be lost. All jobs would be lost. Even families would be lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I were a dishonest man, I might rise and say something like that, but I'm a New Democrat, and in the NDP, we value honesty. So we won't call this Conservatives' $36 billion car tax on Canadians. No, Mr. Speaker, we simply call it like it is. More Conservative hypocrisy and incompetence.
The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal elitist attitude against Alberta is one of the many reasons that their party is losing support amongst Canadians. That's right. Let's be clear, this should come as no surprise. The member from Ottawa South had to resign as senior spokesman for natural resources for telling us to go back to Alberta if we wanted to defend the interests of Alberta. We also recently learned that a top contender for the leadership of the Liberal Party went on a rant against our province, stating, quote, "Canada is in bad shape right now because Albertans are controlling our community and social democratic agenda. That's not working," unquote. No matter how many times the Liberal Party tries to rebrand itself, these comments prove what Albertans already know. The Liberals are still the party of the National Energy Program and continue to disrespect Alberta. We were told to go home by the Liberals. This is strange advice coming from such a small little corner of our Parliament today, the Liberal Party.
Oral questions, questions orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister said that Canada is, quote, not in need of a contingency plan to deal with the threats facing our economy. That was quite a surprise because just 2 weeks ago the same Finance Minister said, and again I quote, "We have contingency plans not only with respect to the fiscal cliff, but with respect to the European situation." So which is it? Facing the real threat of another recession, do the Conservatives have a contingency plan or not? Canadians deserve a straight answer.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course this government is and will continue to be prudent in our fiscal and economic planning. That's why we have the best fiscal position in the G7. It's why we have the best job creation record amongst the major developed economies. It's why the OECD says we will have the best economic growth for many years to come. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you about contingencies. If we ever had an NDP government, we would need a contingency from massive, out-of-control spending, at least $56 billion in unbudgeted new spending committed by that party, in part to be financed by a $21 billion carbon tax.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
First, the Finance Minister claims he has a contingency plan. Then the same Finance Minister says he doesn't need a contingency plan. Now they're saying that maybe they do have a contingency plan after all, but they'll pretend to know something different from the Finance Minister who claims that he doesn't need a contingency plan. So Canadians deserve better than this. The Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance can't get their story straight. If the contingency plan exists, will they stand up and table it in the House instead of doing like that minister and trying to avoid the issue?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has once again confirmed that New Democrats tend not to even read the budget before they decide how they're going to vote on it, because if he were to read the last budget or any of the last 5 budgets, he would see that there is a line in each one of those budgets for any unexpected emergencies. Mr. Speaker, this government has planned prudently all along. That's why we paid down $40 billion in federal debt before the global economic downturn. That's why we've reduced taxes to create wealth and new jobs, over 820,000 net new jobs since the downturn. But, Mr. Speaker, we know this much. If the NDP ever had its hands on the levers of our economy, Canadians would be drowning in new debt and high taxes.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Europe is going into recession once again. The American economy is heading for a budget wall. The IMF is reporting that economic growth in Canada is already below that of the United States. Canadians have a right to know what is happening, not silly answers like that. What they have is a Prime Minister who says one thing and a Finance Minister who says another, with a deficit elimination target that moves twice a week, with a contingency plan that's in place one week but disappears the following week. When are they going to realize that improvisation is harmful to the economy? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, this government is always careful in financial and economic matters. That is why we have the best situation here in the G7, the best growth rate and the best job creation record, with 700,000 new jobs since the last global recession.
The member for Parkdale High Park.
It's been a tough week for the Minister of Finance. Yesterday he was mistaken when he stated that the Conservatives would keep their promises concerning budget balancing. Their campaign program provided for a surplus of $2.8 billion in 2014, but during his economic update, the Minister of Finance confirmed that there would be a deficit of $8.6 billion, a difference of more than $11 billion. What services will be cut in order to keep the Prime Minister's election promise? The Honourable Minister
would be a $21 billion tax. That is purported to be the only NDP solution they have to getting back to balance, Mr. Speaker. They vote against everything that we've put forward. All of our budgets, Mr. Speaker, that have kept us on track. Our plan is working. We will get back to balance in the medium term, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we expect to get back to balance in this Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, the Conservative platform seems to have gone the way of the Minister's contingency plan, out the door, to be forgotten forevermore. But the reality is, compared to their platform, they're off by $5.9 billion next year, $8.8 billion the year after that, $11.4 billion off the next year, and finally $6.9 billion the year after that. So does the minister really consider this massive $33 billion in cumulative bad projections to be a small sum of money?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, the number she just referred to is actually quite small compared to the $56 billion that the NDP have suggested that that's what they would take out of Canadians' pockets in all of their plans, Mr. Speaker. The NDP stand up and put forward all sorts of crazy ideas how they would raise money, but, Mr. Speaker, our plan is working. Let me read a quote from the chief economist at the OECD. The Canadian economy is doing well. The Canadian economy is doing much better than most of the other advanced economies, Mr. Speaker. We should be listening to comments like this, not listening to the NDP talk down our Canadians.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the organization Campaign Research, which has done a lot of work for the Conservative Party, launched an unprecedented, and if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, a reprehensible campaign, using your own words, in the constituency of my colleague from Mount Royal. That organization has now been censured by the Marketing Research and Intelligence Association, who have described the acts, the omissions and the public statements as reducing confidence in the marketing industry. I'd like to ask the government, when are they going to cut ties with this organization, and when are they going to take some responsibility for their own malfeasance, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter on which I think you actually ruled some months ago, and I believe it was settled at that time.
Honourable member for Toronto.
It was not settled, Mr. Speaker, not at all. And the question is clear. When will the Conservative Party clearly apologize for their malfeasance and reprehensible activities? And this was even pointed out by the campaign from Montreal, and at this point the Conservative Party has not yet taken responsibility for what has happened. When is the party going to take responsibility? The Honourable House Leader.
The Liberal Party was an experienced parliamentarian who understood that the rules of this House mean the question period is for questions that have to do with government business. As so far as this affected government business, you dealt with it some time ago. It's a settled issue. Insofar as the internal management of a private sector marketing organization, that's not a question for this House.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm experienced enough to know when a minister is refusing to answer a question. I'm experienced enough to know when a political party refuses to take responsibility for actions which have already been censured by an independent organization, and I'm experienced enough to know when the Conservative Party of Canada is refusing to take responsibility for actions which the Speaker of the House of Commons himself has referred to as reprehensible. When is that minister going to take responsibility for what's taking place?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was time just a few months ago when that member stood up in this House and took responsibility, or so he made it seem, for the actions, unacceptable actions, which were soundly condemned of one of his...
Order. The honourable government House Leader has the floor.
For one of his staffers, Adam Carroll. And he was contrite, and he stood before the country and said how terrible it was, and how he had been dismissed from that position. Guess what? Just a few months later, when the smoke had cleared, he'd hired him back. That's his idea of taking responsibility.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the height of hypocrisy for a minister is to invent a policy in order to attack his opponents, to claim that it will increase the price of everything and that even families will be lost, and then to present a plan that will in fact raise the price of all cars. The fight against climate change costs money, but inaction is even more expensive. How much will people have to pay for their car taxes? Honourable Minister of the Environment. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker.
Save Canadians money over the life of their new cars, up to $900 per year per car in fuel cost savings. Compared to 2008 models, vehicles rolling off the line in 2025 will produce almost 50% fewer greenhouse gas emissions and consume up to 50% less fuel. The NDP's ill-considered $21 billion carbon tax will increase the cost of cars and gasoline and just about everything else.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't kill them to add a few facts to their answers from time to time, so let me help them out. The fact is, we've been waiting for years for regulations on oil and gas. The fact is, Conservatives have not taken climate change seriously. And the fact is, Conservative inaction means we're now lagging behind in the global community. And the fact is, the minister refuses to share the details of his costly and ineffective sector-by-sector approach. So, Mr. Speaker, does the minister even know what the price tag will be?
Excellent question.
Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as I reported earlier this year, and as we go sector by sector, we see costs and benefits. We're heavily into the Bennett side of the two sectors already regulated. You can find the results on the Environment Canada website. And we are halfway to achieving our Copenhagen 2020 reduction targets. Our plan is to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while the NDP's $21 billion carbon tax is not guaranteed to reduce a single tonne of CO2.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives started a new practice yesterday at Defence Committee, trying to block legitimate questions on Supplementary Estimates B. With so much mismanagement and lack of transparency, it's no wonder the Conservatives would try any parliamentary tactic in the book to keep information from Canadians. If the minister doesn't want to be accountable in committee, then we'll make sure he's accountable here in this House. When will the Minister of Defence show transparency and accountability and release the information that the Parliamentary Budget Officer requested on cuts to his department?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I remind the Honourable Member, he's been here a while. I've actually appeared before parliamentary committees some 31 times. I've appeared before his committee 11 times. I've appeared on the floor of the House of Commons for Parliamentary Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to these questions as to what are ruled in and out of order, that is for the committee. I was there. I was invited to come to the committee. I asked the questions. This member and some of his fellow travellers spent time procedural wrangling rather than posing questions to me.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Defence Committee, I wanted to question the Minister on the bad management on infrastructure of military bases. A legitimate question because the Auditor General had raised serious concerns on this in his last report, but the Conservatives blocked the question. Apparently, they don't want anyone to be enlightened. If the Minister doesn't have the intention of responding to the questions in committee, why was he there? Why did he not find it a good idea to adjust the Supplementary B budget as a result of the Auditor General's concerns regarding infrastructure on military bases? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
As I just indicated, and the record is clear, I've appeared before parliamentary committees some 33 times. Mr. Speaker, with respect to what was in the Supplementary B estimates, that's exactly what I was there to answer questions on. It just so happens that this member's particular question wasn't found in the estimates this year because they weren't included in the estimates this year. But what I do know and what is factual and what is clearly before this House and before Canadians is that every improvement, every new initiative, every program, every plan to improve things for the Canadian Forces, veterans and their families, this member and that party oppose.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This isn't the first time that the Minister is trying to avoid accountability. In the botched management of the CF-18 replacement, the Conservatives just wanted to avoid the options analysis, basing their needs on the operational requirements, biased in favor of Lockheed Martin. Now, with the so-called options analysis, they're doing this without an operational statement of requirements. The Minister of Defence is responsible for that. Why is he stubbornly not following the procurement rules for material? Honourable Minister of Public Works.
The National Fighter Procurement Secretariat, what we tasked them to do was further analysis. As the member knows, we are in the pre-acquisition phase. So we have asked the Secretary to set the statement of requirements aside and do a full options analysis so that we have all the information on the table about what our options are in replacing the fleet of the CF-18s.
The member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at least the minister got to keep his front row seat. But the question is, who is doing his job? Is it the Associate Minister? Is it the Minister of Public Works? Or is it the Auditor, the Economist, and the 3 Deputy Ministers? Mr. Speaker, who's in charge over there? Who's setting defence policy? And who's establishing the Statement of Requirements to replace the CF-18?
Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Defence, the Production Act is very clear. The Minister of Public Works is responsible for the procurement of defence materiel. The Defence Department officials are responsible for writing statements of requirements. Beyond that, when it comes to the replacement of the CF-18s, we've been very clear. The Secretariat has been tasked with setting aside the Statement of Requirements and doing a full options analysis to inform the next step in the acquisition to replace the CF-18s.
Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. This morning, we learned from an investigator that Bernard Poulin, a person of interest to law enforcement, met with Senator Leo Housakos on the 17th of May. It's also in the spring of 2007 that Poulin and Tony Accurso were communicating to plan the appointment of Robert Abdallah as the head of the Port of Montreal. They planned to go through Leo Housakos to do so, and just before he was appointed to the Senate in 2008, Housakos also participated in meetings with hand-picked members of the construction industry in Montreal. Could the Conservatives tell us what they know about these meetings involving Housakos, Poulin, Borsellino, and Catania? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. What we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Honourable Member has made false allegations on Friday. He spoke about donations without any proof. We showed the evidence, the copies of the checks, showing that these were legitimate and real donations. And now the member should stand up in this House and apologize for his most recent error rather than repeating another.
For Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. My honourable colleague's problem is he can't count. He produced some checks, but we were talking about the 11 checks. So enough with the fantasy fictions. How about the facts? We know the fact is the Commission is investigating 3 key meetings with Senator Housakos, meetings with Paolo Catania, Joe Borsellino, a meeting with Bernard Poulin, who is lobbying the government to get Robert Abdallah a key post. Now, Housakos is the Prime Minister's point man in Montreal. He was given a patronage appointment to the Senate. So since taxpayers are saddled with this guy until he's 75, will someone over there explain what has Senator Housakos been doing and why has he been holding these meetings?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, instead of attacking an appointment that never occurred by a government that did not have the power to make it, the Honourable Member should use the time he has on his feet in this House of Commons to explain what he has been doing. After promising 3 times that he would vote to eliminate the wasteful billion-dollar long gun registry, he had the chance to do just that. Instead, he went back on his word, betrayed his constituents, and voted the opposite of what he had promised. Why doesn't he stand and explain that?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I don't know where the member was. I did stand and explain to all the voters of Timmins James Bay, and we beat the Conservatives by a landslide. We didn't have to buy an election. So let's talk about their attempt and what they told voters. We know now that the calls that were made were identified to non-Conservative voters. We now know that the robocalls went right back to Conservative Party headquarters. So someone on that side must know who's involved. So if we're talking about an organized campaign to suppress the vote, we're talking about breaking the law. So the member put down his little pea shooter over there and stand up and say when this government is going to get serious about holding the Conservative Party to account for voter fraud.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He talks about buying elections, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was his party that used over $340,000 of illegal union money in successive elections. We don't know for what they used that money. We don't know how many robocalls they bought with it or how many nasty negative attack ads they spent, or if they needed to spend that money to explain away that member's broken promises. But what we know for sure is that he still hasn't explained why his leader tried to cover up that illegal money for so long.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative fiscal record is massive debt.
obliterating the gains of the previous decade and eviscerating frontline services to Canadians, especially public health and safety. They squander millions on government ads, but cut prison security, border services, search and rescue, consumer labeling, crime prevention, emergency preparedness, food safety, environmental science, fish habitat, navigation, Aboriginal health. Why do Conservatives cut the most from the vital frontline services that keep Canadians safe?
Order. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell the Honourable Member something else about our Economic Action Plan. It has helped generate 820,000 net new jobs for the people of Canada, 90% of them full-time, Mr. Speaker. We're doing so in an environment where there's increased instability throughout the rest of the world. We're doing so in a way that makes sure that we can get back in the medium term to balance. We're making sure that we are investing in our infrastructure, investing in science and research. Mr. Speaker, we are on the right track and Canadians know it.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton.
Mr. Speaker, all governments have their ups and downs, but the ups of this government are hurting Canadians. Unemployment is up, the trade deficit is up, national debt is up by $140 billion. The only thing that's gone down is service to Canadians. The Human Resources Minister inherited an EI system where people got their first check in 3 weeks, 80% of the time. She stretched the standard herself and now only hits an embarrassing target of 1 month turnaround. She only hits that 30% of the time. Why do those Canadians most at risk have to pay the price for this Conservative fiscal incompetence?
Exactly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Service Canada continues to improve and it updates its operations, ensuring that Canadians have what's...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
As I was mentioning, Mr. Speaker, Service Canada continues to focus on improving, but let's be really serious about what's important to Canadians. Canadians care about having a job, and this government is focused on creating new jobs. We've created 820,000 net new jobs since the downturn of the recession.
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary still has the floor, and I'd like to finish hearing the answer.
And let's be very clear, 90% of those jobs are full-time jobs, and we're making sure that Canadians have jobs. Unlike the opposition that like to vote against all of those initiatives to make sure that Canadians can make sure they have high-quality jobs for their families.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative fiscal incompetence has driven the federal debt to more than $600 billion since 2006. And now Aboriginal people in Canada are paying the price. Aboriginal programs for diabetes, youth suicide, health workers, substance abuse slashed. Budgets for national Aboriginal organizations for health and healing slashed. Aboriginal Health Healing Foundation gone. Why should the health of Aboriginal people be put at risk because of the fiscal incompetence of this Conservative government?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we made some changes in our budgetary process. We made those changes because we are prudent managers. We made those changes in a way that protected community-level delivery of services. I think that was a very sophisticated and appropriate way to do this, and we've otherwise made very important investments that are community-oriented and that provide for the health and safety of First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, this evening we have the opportunity to take a new step towards giving millions of people in developing countries improved access to medication. Associations of grandmothers, religious leaders, international health specialists, the brand name drug industry, and even the generic drug industry believes that this bill should be reviewed in committee. Excuses concerning intellectual property in the WTO don't hold water. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives this evening vote for or against the opportunity to save thousands of lives? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, their intentions may be good, but let's be clear, this bill will not help people who it claims to help. Mr. Speaker, it won't save any more lives. It won't mean that more medication will be delivered, and our government wants to tackle true challenges. We are leaders in terms of funding in order to send drugs to needy countries. We've invested over $4 billion, and that has secured $10 billion for drugs for needy countries. So we hope that the opposition will support true initiatives. The Honourable Member. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, because the generic drug industry, international experts, everyone except this government says that this bill will help. That being said, on another important topic, tomorrow the world will be assembled at the UN headquarters to consider a resolution on the status of the Palestinian state in the United Nations. Many of our allies are working on this resolution to ensure that it serves to restart negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, what has Canada done? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
First and foremost, Canada has encouraged both parties to stop negotiating about the negotiating and sit down at the negotiating table and try to work towards establishing a lasting peace. That's exactly what Canada has been doing, working in concert with our allies to make this happen.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we agree that a future Palestinian state will be realized through negotiations with Israel. That's why our allies, including the UK, France, the US, are doing the hard diplomatic work of trying to restart negotiations. We are concerned that the Conservatives have taken an unbalanced approach and decided to issue threats against moderates rather than working with them to find a consensus. How is the government's threatening approach helping to encourage moderates who want to pursue the path of politics rather than the path of violence?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we are tremendously disappointed with the Palestinian Authority for the actions that they're taking. It is obvious that this will affect our relationship. This government makes no apologies for standing with the Jewish state. This government makes no apologies for standing with Israel and the UN. I will myself travel to New York tomorrow to be there to speak and to cast Canada's vote. What we encourage is both parties to get back to the negotiating table and to establish a long and lasting peace.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to advance the cause of peace. Canada has an obligation to help bring the two sides closer to an agreement. A negotiated two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security. Cutting off diplomatic relations with the Palestinian Authority will undermine the cause of peace, and cutting off aid will undermine security. Mr. Speaker, will the government now join our allies in trying to use this vote as an opportunity to restart the negotiations?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has once again come back to its roots and shown where they really stand when it comes to Israel. A unilateral action by going to the United Nations violates more than 7 different accords, 7 different resolutions at the United Nations. We believe that these two parties should sit down at the negotiating table and negotiate a lasting peace deal. We're prepared to do anything we can to support that. What we will not support is a unilateral action by the Palestinian Authority at the United Nations. We will stand with the Jewish state. We will stand with the people of Israel.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried about crime, and that is why this government has kept its promise to adopt exhaustive legislation in terms of justice during the first 100 sitting days of this Parliament. The Safer Streets and Communities Act provides for tougher sentences for child predators and eliminates home arrest in the case of serious crimes such as sexual assault. This law is now in force across the country. Can the Minister of Justice inform this House on the constitutional status of our government's crime legislation? Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm pleased to inform the House that this week our government's legislation to establish mandatory penalties for drive-by and other reckless shootings was found constitutional by the Ontario Supreme Court. While I won't comment specifically on court challenges, I can say with confidence that a majority of Quebecers support tougher sentences for serious crimes. And this is why we enacted mandatory sentencing for all sexual offences committed against children and for serious drug trafficking offences. Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to Canadians that we would quickly pass these measures. Canadians responded by giving us a strong mandate to do that. We make no apologies for that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mort. Mr. Speaker, the Nexen takeover by the Chinese government is raising more and more concerns. Yesterday we learned that CNOOC and Nexen jointly pulled and refiled their bid for the takeover of Nexen assets south of the border. The Americans are rightly worried about this transaction. Do the Conservatives know what there is in this new bid? And what are the consequences of this on the decision of the Minister as to whether or not to approve the transaction? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear under Section 20 of the law, there are 6 factors that have to be taken into account. Directives have been in place since 2007, and we added other provisions in 2009. And, Mr. Speaker, that is the legal framework that we are working with now. When we see the NDP that wants to block any kind of transaction, any kind of investment, we don't follow that line of thought, neither or in that of the Liberals who want to rubber stamp everything.
So we've learned that CNOOC and Nexen have jointly withdrawn and resubmitted their bid for U.S. Nexen assets because of CFIUS and because of a clear review process in the U.S. But here in Canada, the industry minister continues to evade public and parliamentary scrutiny. He's refused to come out with a transparent review process. He's failed in establishing clear criteria. And now we learn that the Conservatives have chosen the Prime Minister's unelected Chief of Staff to manufacture some investment guidelines, still in secret. It's a mess, Mr. Speaker. So how can Canadians have confidence in the Industry Minister when even the Prime Minister doesn't trust him to do his job?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the opposition likes to speculate about everything, but Mr. Speaker, to be clear, we won't speculate on any review. This is the responsible approach. We are open for foreign investment, Mr. Speaker, and these foreign investment have to provide net benefit for Canada. We won't push at the agenda like the NDP, who would virtually block everything, no investment, anti-trade, Mr. Speaker. This is not responsible, and we won't rubber stamp any form of investment like the Liberals will do, like they told last week, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can count on a responsible government on this point.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, a recent study estimates that 4,400 full-time federal jobs will be cut from the Atlantic region by 2015. A withdrawal that will cost the Atlantic economy over $300 million. On top of that, Crown corporations are expected to shed several hundred more jobs. These public sector cuts will also translate into thousands of job losses in the private sector and an overall weakening of the Atlantic economy. Why does this government, Mr. Speaker, continue to make decisions that are devastating to Atlantic Canadians and their communities?
Hear, hear. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, 3 points. In the first place, we've been very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, every region across the country will retain their proportion of federal jobs. That's true before, it's now true after, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member mentions a study. We're talking about an NDP-aligned left-wing so-called think tank, Mr. Speaker. It's just pure bunk, Mr. Speaker. Please do not get sucked in by this left-wing think tank, Mr. Speaker. If the unions paid for this, they should want their money back from their union bosses. This is ridiculous.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Carl.
Mr. Speaker, aside from the imbalanced economic impact these cuts will have, the report also states that disproportionate job losses will rob opportunities from Atlantic Canadians and weaken regional planning. We know the Prime Minister once diagnosed the entire Atlantic region as having a culture of defeat. That's no bunk. But by attacking youth,
regional planning and the East Coast economy, it is the Conservatives who have a defeatist attitude towards Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, why is the government abandoning East Coast jobs, abandoning the Atlantic economy?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
So here's how this union-paid study came up with their conclusions, Mr. Speaker. They excluded any of the job losses in the National Capital Region. That's where 58% of the jobs are, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the public service. If the NDP are aspiring to government, but listening to this stuff, they got a long way to go, Mr. Speaker. Canadians be rest assured that we will be managing the economy and the public service in the best interest of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Bar is contesting the constitutionality of Omnibus Bill C-10, which is decried by legal experts who say that minimum mandatory sentences are ineffective, useless, discriminatory, and our courts have said that these sentences are unconstitutional. When will the government respect our legal experts, our judges, and our specialists and abandon this wrong-headed, discredited, and unfair approach? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mandatory minimums in the criminal code were actually brought in by the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. I might just point that out to him as a point of interest. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the bill that we've had before Parliament is very targeted. It goes after the individuals who sexually exploit children and the people involved with organized crimes, mobsters who are bringing drugs into Canada, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are serious penalties brought in by this government, and we make no apologies for that to anybody.
Mr. Speaker, during our debates on Bill C-10, the former Justice Minister of Quebec, the National Assembly of Quebec, and Quebec experts all said that this bill undermines human rights, the rule of law, and Quebec values in terms of justice. When will the federal government respect Quebec, respect Quebec values, the independence of the judiciary, evidence, and the rule of law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Respect laws that protect victims in this country, Mr. Speaker, and send out the correct message, Mr. Speaker, to individuals who break the law in this country, that if you're in the business of sexually exploiting children, if you're in the business of child pornography, if you're part of organized crime and you think it's a great idea to bring drugs into Canada, you'll find no friends in this party, Mr. Speaker, and we make no apologies for that. We stand with Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mr. Speaker, the magnificent region I represent attracts visitors from the four corners of the planet, and yet we could attract more, but the International Airport of Mont-Tremblant continues to be neglected by the Conservatives. The airport is a formidable economic driver for my region, but it suffers from problems with the customs services. The only thing that I am asking the Minister of Public Safety is to take a few minutes to meet with me and explore possible solutions. Will he finally respond to my numerous requests for a meeting? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our border security does an excellent job of making sure that legitimate trade and travel is facilitated, while at the same time protecting our borders from illegitimate and illegal operations. Mr. Speaker, if this member does have something he wants to discuss, we are always open to have discussions and see where we can help and work together. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member. The next generation of young business people is crucial to the economic development of our country. Over the next decade, due to demographic changes, half of Canadian business people will be selling their assets. If we want to avoid the closure of thousands of SMEs and job losses that will harm the economy, we have to make assistance programs available across the country, such as Stratégie Jeunesse that was cut in Montmagny. We have to help these young people take over from these thousands of business people. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan of the Minister of State for SMEs to ensure a new next generation of young business people, which is essential? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, it is a very simple plan, and it works. It is to lower taxes to allow our business people to make their dream come true. It is freeing up business people to allow them to spend more time doing what they want to do. That is building up businesses instead of filling out forms in Ottawa. It is listening to business people like I did yesterday in Montreal to encourage young people to take part in entrepreneurship. You'll have to cut me off but there's so much more. But I'd like this question to be put again so that I could discuss it.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' lip service on climate change set us back decades. Their failure to connect their rhetoric with action can only be described as an absolute breakdown between policy and reality. On the other hand, the NDP's $21 billion carbon tax would increase the cost of everything and do nothing to decrease emissions. Can the minister outline the positive steps we've taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and lay out our goals for Doha?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I thank the member for Brampton West for his question. Mr. Speaker, Canada generates less than 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but we're doing our part. We're halfway towards our ambitious Copenhagen targets of reducing GHGs by 17%. The failure of Kyoto, Mr. Speaker, to impose binding commitments on major emitting countries cannot be repeated. Too much is at stake. Our government continues to balance the need to lower emissions with job creation and economic growth. We're working for a post-Kyoto agreement that will get real results and bind all major emitters.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, a task force asked the government to give Canadians and businesses better tools to make payments digitally, as with mobile wallets. They noted that not doing that is costing our economic productivity $32 billion a year.
Wow.
Yet this incompetent government did nothing. Just as it did nothing when businesses were slammed by extra fees for premium credit cards just a few years ago. So despite this minister's rhetoric a few minutes ago, when will he earn his paycheck and bring forward the rules that we need to keep small businesses from being gouged?
Excellent.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. If she had been listening about 2 weeks ago, she would have heard that we actually extended the Code of Conduct for credit and debit cards to actually include mobile payments, Mr. Speaker. We understand the technology advances and Canadians need to keep up to that, Mr. Speaker, but they also need to be protected to make sure that they understand all of the challenges that come along with this new technology, Mr. Speaker. We're making sure that Canadians are protected not only from scams, but also from the NDP.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, provinces across the country are concerned about the approval of generic OxyContin. Provincial health ministers have repeatedly asked the government for support, but the ministers refuse to show any leadership in addressing their legitimate concerns. For 10 years, we've known about the public safety impacts of OxyContin. Why is the minister refusing to cooperate when the provinces have been clear that they are seeking a reasonable solution to an urgent health problem that she should be assisting with?
Excellent question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The issue of prescription drug abuse is bigger than one specific pill. That's why our government announced tough new licensing rules that will help to prevent drugs like OxyContin from being illegally distributed. I want to make sure that if Health Canada scientists say that these drugs can be beneficial, then they are available to the patients that need them. Unlike the opposition, we will not politically interfere in science. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, despite repeated calls from the international community not to proceed, the Palestinian Authority is expected to seek non-member observer state status tomorrow at the UN General Assembly. I am extremely concerned by these actions, which will unfortunately do nothing more than to move the parties away from a negotiated settlement. Would the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update this House on our government's position on these steps and where he will be tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me, at the outset, acknowledge the leadership from my friend from Don Valley West on this issue. We are disappointed with the Palestinian Authority's decision decision to bring this resolution forward. While we believe this resolution will pass by a large margin, we are nonetheless going to vote against it and stand up for what we believe is right, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow I will personally be in New York at the United Nations to speak to this issue and to personally cast our vote against this resolution. Our position, the position of the Government of Canada, is shared by the Obama administration, who has very similar views to us. We will continue to work with them and these two parties to get them back to the peace table to achieve true and lasting peace.
One member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, while hundreds of families from the Mauricie region await the court ruling on the Pyrrhotite file, human tragedies continue to grow. How can the Conservatives remain insensitive to family crises such as financial problems, breakups of couples, and the growing number of psychological and physical health problems? 1,000 families have suffered the ravages of Pyrrhotite, and the list is growing longer. Mr. Speaker, can the minister ensure that the federal act concerning concrete aggregates will be amended so that no further families suffer this kind of tragedy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Quebec has announced plans already with respect to provincial programs to provide financial assistance to homeowners dealing with pyrrhotite damage. All inquiries, and I encourage the member opposite and his constituents to please contact the province with respect to that provincial program and to be directed to the SHQ.
Member from Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Reserves have experienced a huge epidemic of OxyContin addiction. Health professionals tell us that it's one of the most addictive substances ever created. But the Minister of Health has now approved the sale of a cheaper generic version of the drug. We don't need more OxyContin, Mr. Speaker. We need Suboxone treatment programs instead. Will this minister pull OxyContin and generics off the market and protect northern communities?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Speaker, prescribing of drugs is a provincial jurisdiction, so provincial health ministers and doctors have a major role in limiting the abuse. The decisions on whether to approve a drug will be made by scientists based on their experts' assessment of the science and safety. The opposition wants us to politically interfere in the scientific safety process. Mr. Speaker, we will stand up for the patients. Thank you.
That concludes the question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. It is my duty, pursuant to pursuant to Section 21 of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, to lay upon the table a certified copy of the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the province of Nova Scotia. Ce rapport est répété renvoyé.
This report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
To present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the NATO Spring Session held in Tallinn, Estonia, May 25th to 28th, 2012.
Hear, hear. Presenting, is this a report from committee? Okay. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study on the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2013.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to the situation in Syria.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake.
To your request up at Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to Supplementary Estimates B 2012-2013 under National Defence.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 32nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 32nd report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 32nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Random Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. I move that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. LeBlanc, Beauséjour, for Mr. Garneau, Westmont, Ville-Marie.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present petitions signed by constituents from my riding of Oakville. It asks this House to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. I'm happy to present this petition for a response from our government. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to present today a petition that's signed literally by hundreds of members across my constituency in relationship to Bill C-233, who are supportive of that bill as we attempt to eradicate poverty in this country in a joint manner between the federal government and the provinces. And it should be noted that these constituents are extremely proud to stand with us in support of 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Two petitions signed by dozens of Canadians in my own riding of Guelph. They wish to express their displeasure with the March 2012 decision of the Canadian International Development Agency to drastically cut funding for programs of the Canadian Catholic Organization for Development and Peace. The cuts will stop nearly $35 million of government support from being provided to development and peace programs, despite the program's success. The petitioners call for Parliament to commit to contributing 0.7% of GDP to development assistance and to ensure that the Canadian organizations for development and peace receive the funding they require. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to present a number of petitions from the constituents of my riding of Winnipeg South Centre. A number of them are related to Sauver ELA, la station de recherche,
the Aquatic Research Station.
Freshwater Research Station. There are hundreds of signatures, and each one of the documents, I understand, will be tabled separately by Hansard. I also have the pleasure to present a petition to the House of Commons on Bill C-398 from La Fédération Canadienne des Femmes
the Canadian Federation of University Graduates.
University Women. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I see quite a few members rising, so I'm going to ask members to keep their presentations very, very short, very brief summary, so we can accommodate as many members as possible. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present a petition signed by literally thousands of Canadians in support of Bill C-398. And put forward by the Grandmothers Advocacy Network, calling upon Parliament to pass without amendment Bill C-398 later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Petitions from members of the Metro Vancouver community, also calling on this government to pass without amendment Bill C-38 to enable the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. And, Mr. Speaker, I also have hundreds of signatures on a petition from Metro Vancouver constituents who are concerned about the closure of the Kitsilano Coast Guard base, which is going to create risk to life in our waters in Vancouver.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present today a petition
from constituents who are very concerned that there's no restriction whatsoever on abortion in Canada. They note that we're in the company of countries like China and North Korea, and they call on this Parliament to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition on behalf of mostly residents from Bell Island in my constituency who are calling on the Government of Canada to reverse the decision to close the Canadian Coast Guard Maritime Rescue Station in St. John's, Newfoundland, reinstate the staff and restore its full services. This is a very important search and rescue station, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners recognise its value and want it reinstated.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions from my constituents today. The first one calls on the House to pass Bill C-398 to facilitate the flow of life-saving generics to developing countries. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from the women of St. Joseph's Church in my constituency who are concerned about child pornography and child exploitation through Internet. And they call on Parliament to modify Section 163 of the Criminal Code to change the legal terminology from child pornography to child sex abuse materials to protect children and deter pedophilia.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm delighted to join so many other members today in presenting about 100 pages or more of petitions, also on Bill C-398, known as the Medicines for All Bill. And I'd like to thank the Grandmothers Advocacy Network and individuals like Mary Steeves who have spent so much time collecting these signatures. Of course, we have the vote tonight, and it's great that so many petitions are going in, so I'd like to submit them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, join with my colleagues to table a petition from the Grandmothers Advocacy Network, signed by Canadians in Quebec and Ontario, calling on this House to pass Bill C-398 later today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
It's my honor today to table a petition signed by many people from Gatineau and the Outaouais who are asking for a national strategy on Alzheimer's and similar problems, and I would like to emphasize the extraordinary work in my area done by La Maison Florent and the Alzheimer's Association of the Outaouais.
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we all love our grandparents and grandmothers. There is a great organization, the Grandmothers Advocacy, that is asking for us to pass Bill C-398 without any significant change in order to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developed countries. I'm doing it on behalf of residents in Winnipeg in particular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ever since the Prime Minister fled the country last January to announce that he would be raising the age of OAS eligibility from 65 to 67, petitions have kept flooding in from my riding of Hamilton Mountain opposed to that change. Since over 250,000 seniors are now living in poverty and public pensions provide at most $15,000 to the typical retiree, the petitioners are calling on the government to drop its ill-considered change to the OAS, maintain the current age of eligibility, and make the requisite investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present three petitions. The first is for residents of the Vancouver area calling for a full moratorium and protection of the west coast of British Columbia from the passage by supertankers. The petitioners request that this government ensure that supertankers loaded with bitumen are prohibited pursuant to the 1972 moratorium, which should be extended. Second petition, Mr. Speaker, very timely as the Doha negotiations began this week, calling on Canada to reconfirm its commitment to Kyoto. We are still Kyoto parties until December 15th. These come from residents in British Columbia and Ontario. And two groups of petitions on the same subject, Mr. Speaker, from across Ontario and through the Victoria area, calling on the Prime Minister to please not ratify the Canada-China Investment Treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today of tabling a petition signed by many Canadians asking the government to finally stand up and show some leadership and vote for Bill C-400, which is proposing once and for all a national housing strategy.
For Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions today. The first is a petition on behalf of residents of Nebing, Kenora, and Thunder Bay on the topic of restrictions on abortion. The second, Mr. Speaker, is I have the pleasure of presenting a petition on behalf of residents from across Ontario in support of my cell phone Freedom Act C-343, which will take an important step in providing greater consumer choice in the marketplace. They're asking parliamentarians to support C-43 so Canadian consumers are no longer chained by anti-competitive network locks on their cell phones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions. The first is from the Grandmothers Advocacy Network and has been signed by hundreds and hundreds of residents from mostly Alberta. And they are asking this government to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries.
Hear, hear.
And the second is in regard to the changes made to old age security because it will negatively impact the poorest of our seniors. The petitioners are asking the Government of Canada to retain the retirement age for OAS at 65 and make the required investments in the Guaranteed Income Supplement to lift every Canadian senior out of poverty.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for La Salle-des-Mars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition signed by many residents of my riding and also people from the Greater Montreal region asking for refugee status for compassionate and humanitarian reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kingsway.
From Grandmothers Advocacy Network, signed by hundreds of people in British Columbia who point out that millions of people die needlessly each year from treatable diseases such as HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria, and that half the people who require treatment for these diseases in sub-Saharan Africa do not receive it. They are calling on this House to support Bill C-398 that has the provisions necessary to make Canada's access to medicines regime workable at no cost to taxpayers and is essentially the same bill passed previously by this House. And they urge all parliamentarians, as I do, to support Bill C-398 when it comes before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first one is from the residents in Oshawa. They upset that the Oshawa Port Authority has given permission to Farmtech Energy to build an ethanol plant in Oshawa Harbour, adjacent to a sensitive wetland home to species at risk and a wildlife preserve and provincial park. They are asking the Government of Canada to divest the Federal Port Authority back to the people of Oshawa, to the city of Oshawa, and to stop the construction of the ethanol facility and complete the environmental assessment. The second petition is a group of constituents of mine that are very worried that large trucks in big cities are causing occasionally cyclist and pedestrian fatalities. They want to see a regulation introduced under the Motor Vehicle Safety Act to make side guards for large trucks mandatory, and that recommendation is supported by
the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by thousands of Canadians wishing to save the ELA, Canada's leading freshwater research station. The ELA provides essential scientific knowledge for the development of national and international policies that ensure the future health of freshwaters and their associated Aboriginal commercial and recreational fisheries. And they call on the Government of Canada to reverse the decision to close the ELA research station and to continue to staff and provide financial resources to the ELA at the current or higher level of commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honourable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is just to support my bill, say 399, for organizations and volunteers who recognize the importance of having a tax credit that can be of assistance to them. Thank you.
Présentation des pétitions.
Petitions.
Paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The chair has notice of several points of order. I'll hear the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today on a point of order as a fundamental nature of the way that this House functions and the way that you, Mr. Speaker, allow that smooth process and functioning to go on, very specifically with respect to Bill C-45, which the House now has before us. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order that is indirectly related to C-45, insofar as I'm hoping to influence your decision-making on the so-called grouping of report stage motions, which the House will receive tomorrow morning as debate begins at that stage of the bill. I will be asking you to allow for a recorded division on each motion that you select for debate, rather than grouping many of them together to have a single vote applied to more than one distinct question moved by various members of this House. Essentially, I will be making the argument that it is not for the Speaker to limit the ability of MPs to make distinct choices on how to vote on distinct questions. For Canadians watching at home not familiar with our somewhat antiquated and perhaps even arcane practices, it may seem odd that I even have to make this request, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that most Canadians would intuitively think that the Speaker could not have the power and should not have the power to require MPs to choose a single vote on multiple distinct questions. I don't think so either, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to ask you to avoid doing so for a report stage on Bill C-45, as well as set the precedent for how speakers deal with this matter in the future. Comme vous le savez très bien, Monsieur.
As you well know, Mr. Speaker, you normally, and it would be the practice of your predecessors, to group motions together for the debate and the calling on the question when there are significant numbers of motions in the order paper and notice paper. This has often been the case with the omnibus bills such as C-45 and C-38 that the House has studied last fall. Because of their very nature, the government decided to group hundreds of clauses together into one single bill, and the House and the members of Parliament were forced to study it all in one shot. It's their choice, Mr. Speaker, not ours, and it is certainly not yours either.
Explanation of the report stage groupings at C-38, Mr. Speaker, which took place on June 11th of this year. You explained to the House that, and I quote, motions to delete clauses have always been found to be in order, and, it must be also noted, have been selected at report stage. These motions are allowed at report stage because members may wish to express their views on a clause without seeking to amend it. As is the case on such occasions, I have tried to minimize the amount of time spent in the House on this kind of motion by grouping them as tightly as possible and by applying the vote on one to as many as others as possible. While I'm now raising an objection to this practice, Mr. Speaker, I know that you are simply following what has been done by this House and others on such occasions. But when we looked into the written explanation for this practice, looking for the practice that is written down in our guidelines and practices for this place, I was somewhat surprised to find very little in the way of direct guidance for you as Speaker. In fact, what I find is very simply a passage in the annotated standing orders of the House of Commons on page 272 under Standing Order 76.1.5. And to be clear, this isn't the standing order itself, but rather the explanation of it. This is all that is said. The Speaker determines the order in which the motions will be called and the effect of one vote on the others. For example, if the vote on one motion can be applied to another motion. The purpose of the voting scheme is to avoid the House having to vote twice on the same issue. That's very clear, even in this annotation to our standing orders, Mr. Speaker. The intention of those groupings is to avoid having the House vote twice on the same issue. Also, a similar explanation in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which I will from this point on refer to as O'Brien and Boss, where on page 784 it states, excuse me, that the Speaker will, and I quote, also decide on how they will be grouped for voting. That is, the Speaker determines the order in which the motions in amendment will be called and the effect of one vote on the others. The purpose of the voting scheme is to obviate any requirement for two or more votes on the same issue. End of quote. Pretty clear, Mr. Speaker, in its intention and its practice. To avoid voting more than once on the same thing is essential for the House. Here is the problem, though, Mr. Speaker. The groupings that you created for the government's last large omnibus bill were not, in my view, limited to preventing multiple votes on the same issues. Groupings were made to have only one vote apply to completely different clauses in the bill, each of which constitutes a separate and distinct issue for the House to address, which is, in fact, our guidelines in our practices, not suggestion, but an actual strict rule and guideline. It is the government, with the help of their lawyers in the Department of Justice, who has told the House that they deem each of the clauses to be distinct issues, not us in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. If they were the same issue, they would be in the same clause. Mr. Speaker, I submit that in the ongoing effort to review and improve the living tree of our procedures and practices, saving MPs from voting on the same issue is not what speakers have been doing during the report stage groupings. It seems to me that they have been treating motions at report stage as a nuisance and one that should be severely limited, rather than what they are, as was referenced in the practices before. I find this somewhat disturbing, Mr. Speaker. If these motions are legitimate questions that the House is meant to deal with at report stage, the final stage, surely MPs should have a choice on how to vote on them. As it stands, MPs are forced to make one single vote on multitudes, sometimes dozens, of individual questions, separate in their concept and idea. A clear example of this practice comes again from your report stage ruling on C-38 from June 11th of this year. In that ruling, MPs were told that with regard to motion number 143, I know a motion you remember well, which read that Bill C-38 be amended by defeating Clause 68. Good old Clause 68. The choice to vote yea or nay on that question would apply to 47 other individual questions that MPs had moved, and you as Speaker selected for debate in this House. Those questions were Clauses 144 to 146, 149, 151 to 153, 156, 158, 170, 172, 174, 175, 177, 179, 194, 208, 201, 211, 213, 215, and 17, 222 to 24, 226 and 28 to 230, and 232 to 249. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it is quite simply impossible for a single person, and even a person as judicious as the Speaker of the House, to be certain that all members of this House would have the same opinion for each of these 48 motions. The Speaker may perhaps be relatively certain of this fact as far as the members are concerned who tabled the motions, and perhaps by extension to the other members of their party. But in the case of other parties or of independent members, Mr. Speaker, this supposition cannot be made with the same degree of certitude. The persons or people listening to our debates at home or in the gallery could think that we are getting very deeply into obscure rules of what we sometimes call the Ottawa bubble. It's therefore in order to be clearer, that I will come back to the example already mentioned and provide a concrete example of the repercussions that grouped votes may have.
Your motion number 143 moves to delete a clause that makes a correction to the simple heading in the French version of an existing law. That's all it did. It seems to me that some members may not want to oppose that change and would therefore tend to vote against the motion. But that choice applies automatically to motion 144, a completely different idea and concept, which asks to delete clauses 69 of Bill C-38. Clause 69 changes the definition of a navigable water and penalty under the Act in question, which the same member could easily wish to support. So just to be clear, we voted once in the groupings that were made by your chair, one on changing the heading in a French version of the bill, but was also connected to the very definition of a navigable water. It is clearly and obvious that a member of Parliament may have two different opinions on those ideas, but yet was only being permitted to vote once. That goes against the rules and practices of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, as a result of those groupings, and nothing else I'm afraid to say, MPs were forced to make a single choice, yea or nay, despite the fact that they would be voting against their conscience no matter which way they voted. It puts members of Parliament who try to represent their constituents into an impossible bind. Whichever way you vote, you end up voting against your conscience, and that's not and should not be permissible. I believe, and I hope you will agree, Mr. Speaker, that the man or woman in your chair should not make the decisions that put any member in a position where they are forced to make such an impossible choice. In that way, Mr. Speaker, question of MPs voting against their conscience is one that has been raised before. In fact, the House recently spent a day debating an opposition motion that reminded us all what our current Prime Minister had to say on similar matter when he was the one railing against the anti-democratic agenda of the then Liberal Canadian government, rather than driving an agenda as he does today. In his point of order of March 25, 1994, he said, and I quote, and this quote has become quite familiar in this hall, "In the interest of democracy," this is our current Prime Minister, "how can members represent their constituents on these various ideas when they are forced to vote in a block on such legislation and on such concerns? We can agree with some of the measures but oppose others." The Prime Minister was right then. He's in fact wrong now to create these omnibus bills, but you as the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, are obligated to maintain the ability of members to vote their conscience. Now, you will know, Mr. Speaker, that at the time, the Prime Minister was objecting to the very existence of omnibus bills, an objection he no longer seems to hold because he's created so many and so large. Speaker Parent then ruled against the point of order, as many others have in similar circumstances, because the objection was being made to the vote at second reading or another vote on the general progress of the bill. I'll quote from Speaker Parent's ruling from April 11, 1994, that was in direct response to the current Prime Minister. And I quote, "However, it is the view of the Chair that in the adoption of a second reading motion, the House gives approval in principle to a bill, then moves on to the consideration of its specific provisions in subsequent stages," the stage we're at right now. Hence, while I cannot accept the honourable member's request to divide or set aside Bill C-17, which was an omnibus bill from the Liberal government, I can suggest to him and to other members that, should they so wish, they may propose amendments to the bill in committee or at a report stage, and in so doing have an opportunity to express their views and vote on the specific section of the bill. So in Speaker Parent's ruling, and ruling against the current Prime Minister in his effort to throw out the omnibus bill altogether, because it represented an effort to have MPs vote at cross purposes to their conscience, he said there is an opportunity that will come later, at report stage, which you can move amendments to those specific sections of the bill and then not be encumbered anymore. The stiff rejection of our current Prime Minister's concern is explained in Beauchesne Parliamentary Rules in Form 6th edition, where it states in citation 634 at page 194 that, and I quote, "The practice of using one bill to demand one decision on a number of quite different, although related subjects, while a matter of concern is an issue on which the Speaker will not intervene." That was correct. That is the ruling on omnibus bills and the nature of omnibus bills. We're talking about something quite different now, much more nefarious. Monsieur le Président, à ce moment de mon...
Mr. Speaker, at this time in my speech, I would like to underscore a fact that you will probably find obvious. I am not arguing concerning the legitimacy or even the value of omnibus bills. That is not my argument. You and other speakers before you have clearly decided that we would be stuck with such bills, for better or for worse. The issue that I am raising today is instead one of the individual right of one or more members to vote as they see fit on different questions that come before this House. Given the preceding objection of the Prime Minister to a vote because of the same principle concerning a bill that studies several issues, I hope that he will support my argument concerning the fact that one single vote on a number of specific elements of a bill also puts members in excessive conflict with themselves.
Won't agree with my submission and no longer agrees with himself on this point. There have been many rulings that point out the importance of members' rights to vote on diverse components of a bill, which are its individual clauses at committee and now report stage. In his ruling of May 11, 1977, Speaker Jerome stated, I think that an honourable member of this House ought to have the right to compel the House to vote on each separate question. He went on in the same ruling of that year to say, a member ought to be able, if he wishes to attempt, through motions to delete under Standing Order 75-5, to isolate those sections which he feels ought not to be amended or that ought to be voted upon separately without offending the principle of the bill. That's exactly what will happen at report stage on this bill, Mr. Speaker. And finally, in that same ruling, I think that would give the honourable member and other honourable members an opportunity that they should enjoy to put their position on the record, which I think ought to be known, and also to require others in the House to vote in respect of that position. Where a bill is presented which contains amendments to several different areas of the law, although all connected to criminal law in that case in 1977, a member ought to be able to use some procedure at some stage of the bill to cause the House to make separate decisions on those very subject matters. Dans sa décision de 8 juin 1980,
in his ruling of the June 8, 1988, Speaker Fraser mentioned that voting on each of the proposals that come before the House is an ancient privilege, a long-standing privilege of the members. And it is indeed a long-standing privilege, Mr. Speaker, and it is one that I and all the other members of this institution should protect fiercely. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the grouping of votes at report stage presumes that one can predict the members' intentions with regard to specific questions that have already been identified as being legitimate and substantive questions. This may perhaps seem intuitive, but I would like to say that it should only be in exceptional and extraordinary circumstances that anyone who cannot be authorized to presume to be able to predict how deputies will vote on a question of which the House is seized. Given the routine nature of omnibus bills under this government, these are certainly not exceptional circumstances.
Speaker Milliken, your predecessor, made this point clear when he was addressing the use of Standing Order 56-1 to presume the outcome of a vote in the House. And he said, and I'll quote, "The effect of the motion adopted pursuant to this standing order was to predetermine the results of all the votes following the first recorded division. It is clear to the Chair that this application of the standing order goes well beyond the original intent. That is, for the presentation of routine motion as defined in Standing Order 56-1-1B. The standing order has never been used as a substitute for decisions which the House itself ought to make on substantive measures. It can't be replaced, Mr. Speaker. There's no rule in the House that allows us to circumvent the right of any honourable member to have a clear and concise vote on individual subject matters." I'll continue with the quote. "In the meantime, based on the close examination of past precedents and the most recent use of Standing Orders 56-1 as a tool to bypass decision-making functions of the House, I must advise the House that the motion adopted on June 12th of 2001 will not be regarded as precedent. I will urge all honourable members to be vigilant about the use of this mechanism, for the Chair certainly intends to be watchful. The regrouping of report stage amendments for the purpose of voting presumes the very same thing. How MPs will wish to vote on a question before the House. This is a right that the Speaker made very clear should be protected with vigilance. Monsieur le Président, le début...
Mr. Speaker, the beginning of Chapter 12 of O'Brien and Bosque clearly summarizes the current reality of majority governments. On page 95, parliamentary expert Philippe Landry is quoted in his work, Parliaments in the Contemporary World. The principle underlying parliamentary procedure is that the minority should be able to express itself and that the majority must be able to manifest itself. In my opinion, that means that in a majority parliament, the government has the right to go through its legislative agenda, and the opposition has the right to slow down the adoption of this agenda in a reasonable manner.
Vote on each question put forward by MPs that is clear, distinct, and admissible surely falls under the umbrella of what should be considered reasonable. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the government is directly responsible for any delay that it perceives to be unnecessary in this regard. In this and all pieces of legislation, the government decides how many clauses it wishes to include. This was not a choice by the opposition. This was not a choice by you as Speaker. The government drafted this massive bill with so many clauses contained. In all pieces of legislation, the government chose which to include. In C-45, there are now 516 separate clauses, each of which contains a separate legislative change, either to amend or eliminate entirely an existing law or to create a new one. Each is a distinct issue that must be dealt with on a distinct and individual basis. When MPs move to delete that clause, it is an altogether different question than moving to delete another clause entirely. If it were not, they would be the same clause in the first place. For the record, I'm in full support of the Speaker's right to not select particular motions for this House to deal with at report stage. Motions that are vexatious or clearly dilatory, such as moving to turn a comma into a semicolon, should not be selected because it is a waste of Parliament's time. But deleting individual clauses of a bill is a right that MPs can and must be able to exercise. And to speak plainly, they are not a waste of time. Casting a distinct vote on each one is an ancient right of which all MPs should be able to avail themselves, and it must be protected by your office, Mr. Speaker. Deleting a clause of the bill is debatable and therefore a substantive motion. O'Brien and Bosco remind us on page 782, since motions in amendment at report stage are open debate, they fall into the category of substantive motions. There's no question there. The effort to delete a clause is a substantive motion. Surely, Mr. Speaker, MPs should be making a decision on these substantive motions individually rather than as a group. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président,
In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to apologize if I am giving the impression of trying to attribute the responsibility to you for this very serious problem. I am fully aware of the fact that you follow the decisions and rulings of the previous speakers on this topic, and I do not want Canadians who are listening to us to think that this is a problem specific to your term as Speaker of the House of Commons. In fact, I know that you believe that speakers should not influence the way the House of Commons deals with omnibus bills, of which C-45 is a clear example.
2012, in your ruling on a point of order, questioning the legitimacy of this type of bill, you cited Speaker Fraser's ruling of June 8, 1988, on page 16257 of debate, saying, until the House adopts specific rules relating to omnibus bill, the Chair's role is very limited, and the Speaker should remain on the sidelines as debate proceeds and the House resolves the issue. Mr. Speaker, I submit that the practice of forcing MPs to make a single vote on multiple individual questions is not written in the rules of this House by which you, as Speaker, are bound, but rather it is a practice followed simply because that's the way it's been done before. But this clearly isn't a justification for the ruling. In my view, the government's use of omnibus bills with many hundreds of clauses sets the table for these groupings. But given the government is responsible, and only the government is responsible, I believe that the Speaker should allow the omnibus nature of their initiative manifest itself in all aspects of the process. That requires, and I believe Mr. Speaker should allow the omnibus nature to manifest itself in ways that, including the opposition's right to use the tools of the House to delay, however temporarily, the passage of a bill. You, Mr. Speaker, have the power to right this wrong and to unburden members of this chamber from making a single choice on multiple questions. I'm asking you to exercise that power when you rule on the process for the House to follow at report stage on C-45. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker, and that of this House.
Before I go to the honourable member for Cape Breton Council, I suspect the Government House Leader would like to respond to this particular point, so I'll give him the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the decision that you're going to have to make regarding the upcoming treatment of the report stage on the Bill C-45 is a particularly important one, because your determination will largely settle whether the opposition can effectively make a farce of the procedures of this House, shut down the legislative process, or whether you will give actual meaning to the intent of the standing orders and allow the business of the country to be done in a meaningful and democratic fashion. And I'll refresh everybody's memory about what we're talking about. We're talking about the interpretation of Section 76, sub 5 of the Standing Orders, which relates to amendments at report stage to any legislation, and particularly now we're talking about the Budget Implementation Bill. And this sets out the Speaker's power to select and combine amendments at this stage. And it says, in part, the Speaker shall have the power to select or combine amendments or clauses to be proposed at this report stage. The Opposition House Leader is advising you to amend unilaterally this standing order to render that ineffective. That is not the case. That should not be the case. And if there should be any doubt as to how this should be interpreted, a note has been added by previous governments, not a Conservative government, but a rather liberal government, that reads as follows in part, and I'll read relevant excerpts. The Speaker will not normally select for consideration any motion previously ruled out of order at committee. The Speaker will normally only select motions that were not or could not be presented in committee. A motion previously defeated in committee will only be selected if the Speaker judges it to be of such exceptional significance as to warrant a further consideration at the report stage. The Speaker will not normally select for separate debate a repetitive series of motions which are interrelated, and in making the selection shall consider whether individual members will be able to express their concerns during the debate on another motion. And then the most important recent addition, for greater clarity, the Speaker will not select for debate a motion or series of motions of a repetitive, frivolous, or vexatious nature, or of a nature that would serve merely to prolong unnecessarily proceedings at this report stage. And in exercising this power of selection, the Speaker shall be guided by the practice followed in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. Now, you will recall there was some public comment after the ruling earlier this spring and the number of amendments that were allowed by the actual individuals who were involved in the preparation of that section and the changes that were proposed to the standing orders. And they expressed some disappointment at the ruling that was passed and thought that the powers were there for the Speaker to prevent the abuse that we saw earlier this spring when this House was tied up for many, many hours with hundreds of votes, none of which changed a single comma, all of which were clearly and evidently an abusive process, a massive cost to Canadians in terms of the operation of this House, and an inconvenience to members who had other business to do for the purposes of this country. And I will point out that where we are in the standing orders and the powers that are there have a history to them. They don't exist separate and apart. And if you review O'Brien and Boss, there is some reflection on this history at page 777. It says that in 1955, the House amended standing orders to reflect a previous practice of amendments, of concurrence in amendments from committee. It was agreed that amendments had to be presented to the House and that the motion for concurrence in the amendments had to be disposed of forthwith before the bill was ordered for debate at third reading at the next sitting of the House. The effect of these amendments to the standing orders was to eliminate what then constituted the equivalent of report stage. In 1968, the House undertook a thorough revision of its legislative process with the result that all bills, except for those based on supplies or Ways and Means motion, were thenceforth to be referred to as standing or special committees and would not be reconsidered by a committee of the whole House. In addition, the House restored report stage, that was the trade-off, and empowered the Speaker to select and group amendments. That was the management aspect of it. So in restoring report stage effectively, it wasn't done carte blanche, that everything had to be considered. There was a recognition that there were some risks, and that's why the Speaker was given powers to allow the House to continue to function, powers to limit an abuse through procedural measures and unnecessary, frivolous, vexatious, or duplicative amendments. Now, in recommending that report stage be restored, the 1968 Special Committee on Procedure believed that stage essential in order to provide all members of the House, and not merely members of the committee, with an opportunity to express their views on bills under consideration and to propose amendments where appropriate. For all that, the intent of the committee was not for this stage to become a repetition of committee stage. And I put it to you, with the amendments that we have seen on notice so far, nothing could be closer to an effort to exactly replicate that which happened at committee or could have happened at committee. And that is clearly not the intent of establishing report stage. Report stage was to allow for that rare and unique and relatively uncommon circumstance where an idea had not occurred to someone at committee, but here in this House, there was some member who felt it was an appropriate and novel and different amendment and sought to bring it forward. There is nothing novel in the amendments we see on notice. There's nothing innovative. There's nothing significantly different from what has been proposed or could have been proposed earlier. Now, I'll finally go to the most recent change, and that is most recently in 2001, an additional paragraph was added to the above-mentioned note. This occurred in response to the flooding of the notice paper with hundreds of amendments of certain controversial bills. The new text emphasized that the Speaker will not select motions which are repetitive, frivolous, vexatious, or serve only to prolong debate unnecessarily. Those are overwhelmingly the amendments that we see on the order paper today. That is the new provision designed to respond to the evil that was already occurring, that was undermining the process of the House. When changes are made, they're generally responding to a problem that existed. Those new powers exist to deal with that. They should be exercised by you, Mr. Speaker, I submit. When we reflect on what has happened already on committee proceedings, on the budgetary policy of the government, Ways and Means Motion number 7, the first Budget Implementation Bill, C-38, as well as the present legislation, there have already been, on the government's budgetary policy, some 4,600 votes almost. 4,600 votes. And how much has changed as a result of all those votes and all those amendments from what has been proposed by the government? Not one comma, not one word. That is the clearest evidence that this represents an abusive process only designed to try and delay, to be vexatious, and prolong matters. My submissions are centered on 5 points. The clause deletion motions are a repetition of committee proceedings and merely seek to prolong report stage proceedings and therefore should not be selected. Secondly, in the alternative, if the clause deletion motions are selected, they should be grouped in a manner that recognizes the anticipated will of the House. Thirdly, the other amendments from the New Democrats and Liberals should not be selected because they were presented at committee or could have been presented at committee. Now, fourthly, some of the motions from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands should not be selected on the grounds that they were presented at committee, are similar to amendments dealt with at committee, or infringe the financial prerogatives of the Crown. And finally, number 5, the other report stage amendments from the independent members of Parliament must be grouped in a way that prevents the entire House from being detained in a marathon of votes originated at the whim of effectively a single member of Parliament. As with any bill pending at report stage, you are required to make certain decisions under, among other provisions, Standing Order 76.15. And this is, again, the one that I'd read earlier, about you having the power to select or combine amendments or clauses to be proposed at report stage. Now, it is in this spirit that I do tender this advice. Given that the government is scheduling Bill C-45 report stage to start tomorrow, I can appreciate you have a lot to consider today and this evening. Hope you don't have many plans. Given the duplicated notices from multiple members of each of the 2 recognized caucuses, I will, for ease of reference, refer to those from the member for Winnipeg North, Westmount Ville Marie, and Kings Hants as the Liberal motions, and those from the member for Parkdale High Park, the member for Rimouski, Nejet, Temesca, Le Basque, the member for Brossard, La Prairie, and the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek as the NDP motions. Now, I would say to you that the motions to delete clauses are not an effort to amend a bill. They merely repeat what we saw at committee stage. The effect of the adoption of all of the proposed motions to delete clauses would be effectively to eviscerate the bill. On October 30th, 2012, the House adopted Bill C-45 at second reading, thereby agreeing to its principle. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance reported the bill without amendment to the House on November 26, 2012, after a consideration that went through each and every clause. It may be justifiable in a minority parliament for the chair to accept any questions for the House to decide because it is difficult to predict the intentions of the majority of members. This is not the case in a majority parliament in general. There is no reason to substantiate an assumption that the House would use report stage to reverse itself from the decision it took at second reading on Bill C-45. In fact, the course of the 4,600 votes almost that have occurred so far on the budgetary policy of the government established this quite clearly. I don't think anybody is in any suspense as to the outcome of the number of votes that we have. It is only a suspenseful question of how long the endurance test will be of the votes we will put to. I submit that the report stage motions to delete the preponderance of the clauses of the bill effectively seek not only to reverse the outcome of the second reading vote on the bill, but also constitute a repetition of the committee stage of the bill. And as I said, that is particularly the case since each clause did carry separately on the clause-by-clause votes. Now, the second paragraph of the note that's in our standing orders accompanying Standing Order 76-1 sub 5, with respect to the Speaker's power to select amendments, states in part, it is not meant to be a reconsideration of the committee stage of the bill. I repeat that. Report stage is not to be a repeat of the consideration that occurred at committee. On February 27, 2001, the House added this paragraph to the note accompanying Standing Order 7615. For greater clarity, the Speaker will not select for debate a motion or a series of motions of a repetitive, frivolous, or vexatious nature, or of a nature that would serve merely to prolong unnecessarily the proceedings. And it continues on about the British rules. And I read to you the excerpt from O'Brien and Bosc about the circumstances where there was an abuse with the flooding of amendments. So we've seen it happen before. We have seen that Parliament has decided that that kind of abuse that occurred in the past should not be allowed to be repeated, and hence changed our book of rules, our standing orders, to reflect that such abuse should not be permitted, and that you, Speaker, have the power to prevent it and to prevent the undue delay. In the present case, we have again seen the notice paper flooded. Today's notice paper lists some 1,662 report stage motions respecting Bill C-45. I'm willing to bet anybody in this House, I'm not a betting man, but I don't foresee them passing, any of them. We know that most of them have already been considered at the committee. We know that this House has approved overwhelmingly the budget, the budgetary policy of the House, and this particular bill at second reading. By breaking these out into multiple deletion clauses, into other frivolous and vexatious amendments, nothing is being achieved but a waste of time, resources, and the discredit of our parliamentary system. I respectfully submit that the Liberal and NDP report stage motions, taken as a whole, simply constitute an attempt to reverse the decision of the House at second reading of the bill, but to do so in ultra-slow motion. These amendments would be a reconsideration of the committee stage and are of a nature that will merely serve to prolong unnecessarily the proceedings at report stage. Ultimately, if a member seeks to oppose the entirety or the preponderance of a piece of legislation, that member's recourse should lie in voting against the motion to occur in the bill in report stage, not in detaining the House through round-the-clock voting. While your ruling on June 11, 2012 on Bill C-38 held that clause deletion motions have always been found to be in order, and it must also be noted to have been selected at report stage, I argue that this case can be distinguished. In the present case, we are dealing with a second bill to implement the provisions of a budget tabled in Parliament. Therefore, these clause deletion motions should not find favour under the rigorous exercise contemplated by Speaker Milliken. And I will point out that in the alternative, if selected, certainly these clause deletion motions need to be grouped in an efficient manner. Should you decline to accept my advice and choose to select those clause deletion motions, I would urge that you group them, use your authority, and combine and group them in a fashion that puts them to the House in a sensible and efficient fashion. I propose that the clause deletions, should they be selected against my advice, be grouped for voting purposes into 10 subsets of economic policy. Under this approach, the House would have 10 separate votes on the issue of whether to remove from Bill C-45 the government's proposals in these areas of economic policy. Firstly, taxation measures, any motions to delete Clause 1 or clauses in Part 1 of the bill. Secondly, financial sector measures, any motions to delete clauses in Divisions 1 and 3 of Part 4. Third, transportation and border measures, any motions to delete clauses in Divisions 2, 5, 12, 16, 18, and 20 of Part 4 of the bill. Fourth, resource development provisions, any motions to delete clauses in Divisions 4 and 21 of Part 4. Fifth, Aboriginal land designation provisions, any motions to delete clauses in Division 8 of Part 4. Sixth, labour items, any motions to delete clauses in Divisions 10 and 11 of Part 4. Seventh, amendments to the Hazardous Materials Information Review Act. That would be any motions to delete clauses in Division 13 of Part 4. Eighth, measures related to employment insurance. Any motions to delete clauses in Division 15 and 22 of Part 4. Ninth, agricultural items. Any motions to delete clauses in Division 19, of Part 4, and 10th, public sector pension reforms. Any motion to delete clauses in Division 23 of Part 4. This would allow for a broad range of votes on a broad range of topics where clearly the opposition is seeking to delete the proposals of the government. But it would do so in a fashion that would allow that expression to be made, allow them to, for the record, state that they disagree with these proposals by the government, while at the same time not establishing an excessive number of votes to get that point across here in the House. Committee is, in fact, really the best venue for other NDP and Liberal motions. I understand that each of the report stage motions from the New Democrats and Liberals proposing to make amendments to the clauses of Bill C-45 had been put before the Finance Committee. As for the 1,000 report stage motions from the Liberals seeking to add a body of water to Schedule 2 of the bill, I would observe that the committee dealt with a similar number of amendments at the committee level. Since these motions were only first published this morning, I have not yet had an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to determine whether they are exactly the same bodies of water as proposed for inclusion at the committee. On this point, I will leave my argument generally that these motions were either dealt with at committee or could have been proposed there, as they are dramatically, they're very much similar to what was proposed there. One additional point I would make about any motions to amend Schedule 2 of the bill is Amendment NDP 72. One additional point I would make about any motions to amend Schedule 2 of the bill is Amendment NDP 72, which the Finance Committee considered and defeated, which I believe answers any further efforts to add bodies of water. That amendment sought to add, quote, all navigable waters situated in Canada and included in the Atlantic Ocean Drainage Basin, the Hudson's Bay Drainage Basin, the Arctic Ocean Drainage Basin, the Pacific Ocean Drainage Basin, or the Gulf of Mexico Drainage Basin. In short, any water body not already listed in the schedule would have been addressed by that amendment. Now, turning to the Green Party leader, I would suggest that some of her amendments should not be selected. Several of the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands motions are the same either in whole or in part as those that were presented at committee. Therefore, I submit that the following report stage motions proposed by the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands should not be selected. Motion number 28 is the same as Amendment Liberal 23. Motion number 29 is the same as Amendment Liberal 24. Motion number 74 is the same as Amendment Liberal 64. Motion numbers 411 to 413 and 424 to 432 are collectively the same as Amendment Liberal 243. Motion number 434 is the same as Liberal Amendment 249, and motion 436 is the same as Amendment Liberal 250. Motions number 439, 442, and 445 collectively are the same in part as Amendment Liberal 252. And finally, motion number 463 is the same as Amendment Liberal 263. Others are of a similar nature to amendments considered at committee, such that I would argue that the issue is generally be considered by the committee, and therefore report stage motions should not be selected. This would apply to motion 389, which covers similar ground to NDP Amendment 21, motion 409, which covers similar ground to Liberal Amendments 240 and NDP Amendment 223, motion number 440 covers similar ground to Amendment Liberal 253, motion 441 covers similar ground to Amendments Liberal 252 and NDP 31, and motion 458 covers similar ground to Amendments Liberal 257 and NDP 32. There's also an additional concern raised by some amendments that require a royal recommendation. And I've been advised that officials in the Privy Council office note that at least 2 of the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands motions would require a royal recommendation. Motion number 381 would increase the government's liabilities in respect of refunds for employment insurance premiums to small business for 2012-2013, which expands the provisions in the bills for such refunds for 2011. By adding 2 additional years, this motion alters the terms and conditions of the original royal recommendation attached to Bill C-45, respecting the provision for such refunds for 2011. Motion number 382 also increases spending in a manner that is not currently authorized. The royal recommendation attached to Bill C-45 respecting this provision provides a limit of $1,000 on the refund of premiums, which this motion is proposing to increase to $2,000. As a result, this goes beyond the terms and conditions of the original royal recommendation, and therefore a new royal recommendation would be required. Officials are reviewing the newest amendments published in this morning's notice, and if I obtain further information to you on items that I believe can require a royal recommendation, I will be sure to send those submissions or provide them to you through this House. Now, the independence motions are an interesting question, and they do require some attention because the independents do not sit on committee. But I will point out that they should not be dealt with in such a manner that they represent, if you will, effectively a harassment of the balance of the House. Compared to the several hundred of amendments proposed by the member of St. Gulf Islands in June on Bill C-38, her proposals as of today's date are slightly less unreasonable. However, the fact remains that the rights of the individual members of Parliament must be balanced with the ability of the majority of the House to dispatch its business with some reasonable practical speed. Allowing a single member of Parliament to hold the House hostage in a voting marathon is simply not reasonable. I propose the following arrangement, which could in future extend to other government bills. The report stage motion submitted by a member of Parliament who is not part of a recognized party shall be selected in the manner provided for by our rules. The selected motions may be grouped for debate in the usual fashion. Subject to the next point, the voting patterns for the motions would be set in the usual manner as required by the ordinary practices of considering legislative amendments. However, one amendment per independent member of Parliament would be chosen to effectively be a test vote. The voting pattern for the rest of that independence motions would only be implemented if the test motion is adopted. The rejection of the test motion shall be inferred as a rejection of all that member's proposals, and therefore the balance of the independence motions would not be put to the House. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I think any ordinary person familiar with parliamentary process in even a passing way would agree that more than 1,600 amendments are an abusive process. Most should not be selected. In summary, these members' proposals are collectively a repetition of the committee stage and only seek to prolong report stage proceedings unnecessarily, particularly through the round-the-clock voting that would result. There's no evidence that the House would willingly agree to being subjected to this. In fact, the history of how our rules have changed and the Speaker's ruling since 1968 confirm this. The Speaker's power to select amendments is clearly designed to prevent that abuse from happening. The note which accompanies Standing Order 76.15 is a further clear articulation and reinforcement of the notion that part of your obligation as Speaker is to protect not just the rights of a minority or an individual member, but also to protect the rights of all members of Parliament, not to see this place brought into discredit by procedures that are entirely frivolous, vexatious, repetitious, designed to delay, and certainly designed to inconvenience all members of Parliament to an extraordinary extent. I submit that the report stage motions taken as a whole run counter both to the spirit and the letter of the rules which govern our proceedings, and therefore I recommend that most of the report stage motions on notice should not be selected, and then the balance should be grouped in the manner I have proposed. Finally, I will point out that your ruling, although not seen as sufficiently aggressive in some fashion in the spring, not seen as certainly as efficient as some would have liked in terms of respecting the ability of this House to continue to function. You did clearly say that 870 motions placed on the order paper, it is clearly not intended, nor do our rules and practices lend themselves to the taking of 871 consecutive votes. With respect to the voting table, substantive amendments have been grouped so as to allow for a clear expression of opinion on each of the subject areas contained in the bill. Motions to delete have been dealt with in conformity with the grouping scheme that you outlined. Now, certainly I've given you a proposal which I think falls squarely within the context of what you have established in your spring ruling on this. I think here we see that the effort to be frivolous and vexatious has come close to, and perhaps by now more than doubled, the efforts to do so in the spring. The result, I am quite confident, will be the same in terms of the substantive outcome on those amendments. I invite you to ensure that the processes of this House are managed in such a fashion that our proceedings are not brought into discredit, not made into a farce, but rather to operate in a fashion that allows views to be expressed, but also allows the nation's business to be done. Thank you.
I understand the honourable member for Sakina-Bulkley Valley has a follow-up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, on a couple of important points that will bear upon your ruling, I hope. And I hope you didn't take that too personally from the government House Leader. It was a little bit of a procedural smackdown there about your previous ruling on C-38. I know it wasn't meant personally, but boy, you didn't appreciate your ruling on before. In terms of the disrepute of this House, using procedural games in order to do it, this coming from a government that prorogued Parliament to avoid a confidence vote, and then lectures the House on how it holds the Parliament in high regard. Very important on this. The selection for debate that my honourable friend spent so much of his time over wasn't our point at all. The point we were making, of course you have the selection for which motions come. Our entire premise, if he had been listening, was around the idea of what gets grouped together. And I raised a very specific point with him and with you and this House to say that in the groupings of the spring, many votes were put together, which caused a member of Parliament to vote singly on multiple of issues in which they may have had a multiple of opinions. The example that I used in my speech, which I know my honourable colleague would understand and agree with, there was a single vote cast on the changing of the text, the language on the French text in the bill, was also connected and became the same vote over the definition of a navigable water. Well, while any member of Parliament from the government or the opposition may have agreed with the first part of the vote and disagreed with the second, was only allowed to vote once. The point of the groupings is to allow members to vote freely and fairly. Now, I know the government House Leader has been very helpful in his own eyes to now group all the different amendments for you, Mr. Speaker, and I know he's often inconvenienced by the cost and the burdensome nature of democracy, but I'll remind him that only receiving 39% of the vote does not give this government somehow the mandate to run roughshod over our Parliament and our parliamentary procedure. The evil that he talked about and quoted often, and this is important as you seek to group amendments, about vexatious amendments, were the 471 amendments that were moved by the Reform Party against the Niska Treaty. This now coming from many members who were in that movement and in that party, didn't like a treaty and moved commas and semicolons and periods around to try to delay the work of the House. There's many things that Canadians can contemplate, but the outright hypocrisy coming from Conservatives and former Reform members to say that they don't like the rules that they themselves applied so vexatiously to the House of Commons in trying to deny the first modern-day treaty in Canadian history is passing strange. So I'll end on this, Mr. Speaker, that democracy is from time to time a complicated and difficult process and can be a difficult system, and is a system that is hard for this government to contemplate, but so much better a system than the other options available for how to govern ourselves. And it seems to me that when we gave examples that the groupings is an important thing to allow members to vote freely and fairly, that the government House Leader chose to ignore all of those things. It is your choice as to which ones are vexatious and inconvenient, and I said that in my comments to this House. If they are vexatious, then they shouldn't be chosen and selected for votes. What I did say was that in the grouping of these amendments, that it is important that members are able to vote freely. Lastly, it seems to me that the government helped make our point by saying this, that none of the amendments, all of them that have been moved, many of them serious amendments and substantive to improve, in this case, a 450-page piece of legislation, and in the previous one, some 425 pages, the government adopted none. They didn't change a comma or a period or a semicolon or a single word of text. That somehow, that this government was able to create perfectly more than 900 pages of legislation without a single error or omission, that they got it all right. We know that not to be true, Mr. Speaker, because on Bill C-38, the first omnibus bill that was moved in the spring, they're now having to make corrections in Bill C-45 some months later, before they've even had a chance to enact the legislation. So were they perfect? No. Maybe from time to time, this government may learn that slow and steady slide from feeling that they are somehow ordained with this perfection crosses into arrogance and is ultimately an allergy to Canadians. That they want a government that is humble, they want a government that time to time listens and doesn't believe that in all cases, every piece of legislation they've written was perfect, because they've already shown time and again they write bad legislation, and that they should use this process to make better their imperfect attempts at reforming Canadian law. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a question about grouping. not a question about which motions you choose to select, as my honourable colleague spent much of his time on. If he'd listened and understood this point of order, he would also agree that while messy and while cumbersome democracy can be, they must abide by this principle, whatever their political orientation, because that's what Canadians expect at the least. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Skeena-Oakley Valley and the honourable government House Leader. And looking at the clock, it does look like I've got quite a little bit of reading to do, so I appreciate them letting me go back and doing that now. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a different point of order. I want to recognize and commend my colleague from Skeena-Oakley Valley on a very well-referenced and well-articulated point of order. I hope I can only match that. I assure you I'll surpass him on the aspect of brevity. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order with respect to Bill C-377, an act to amend the Income Tax Act requirements for labour organizations. Although my colleagues from the NDP have also risen on this matter, I'm not convinced the arguments they put forward have been complete in terms of substance. As such, I want to offer further points on this matter for your consideration. Mr. Speaker, I submit that C-377's provisions to provide for reporting and public disclosure of certain financial transactions and administrative practices of labour organizations envisages a new function and purpose within CRA. As such, the terms and conditions of the Royal Recommendation that authorizes CRA's current spending are being altered so that a new and distinct authorization for spending is being permanently created, which will therefore require a Royal Recommendation. Past speakers have ruled that legislation imposing additional functions on bodies funded by public money, if the functions are substantially different from their existing functions, will require a Royal Recommendation. I believe the C-377 will require Royal Recommendation for two reasons. First, the bill creates a new purpose for CRA in terms of public reporting function. That has no obligatory ties to taxation under the Income Tax Act. The bill would follow up on this additional purpose by creating what the CRA characterizes as, and I quote, a comprehensive system that includes electronic processing, validations, and automatic posting to the CRA website, end quote. The Income Tax Act is concerned with the taxation of individuals, organizations, and businesses. Any reporting requirements imposed on individuals and organizations are directly tied to their tax obligation or the exemption of these obligations. For example, charities can only keep their tax-exempt status, and donors only receive a tax receipt if the charity meets reporting requirements. The Canada Revenue Agency is responsible for applying and interpreting the Income Tax Act in this regard. The primary goal of the agency as Canada's tax administrator is to ensure that taxpayers comply with their tax obligations and that Canada's tax base is protected. I want to stress again, tax obligation. C-377 is strictly a function of publicly reporting information on one specific group of individuals, in this case, labour organizations and labour trusts, outside of any direct obligations that those organizations or their members must have under the Income Tax Act. Given that it would create an additional purpose and new program requirements which would amend the Income Tax Act and modify the purpose of the CRA, the result is a new expenditure. The bill should be accompanied by a Royal Recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to a Speaker's ruling in the other place on February 27, 1991, on pages 2262 through 2264 of the journals. Regarding Bill S-18, an act to the further aspirations of Aboriginal peoples in Canada. The Speaker found that provisions imposing additional functions on bodies funded by public money, if the functions are substantially different from their existing functions, require royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the member from South Surrey White Rock Cloverdale and the government will no doubt argue that because labour organizations receive a public benefit like charities, they should be required to report like charities. I believe the simple rebuttal to this argument is the fact that the reporting requirement for charities is based on a tax obligation. Simply, a charity must publicly report information in order to keep the tax-exempt status it receives and the preferential tax treatment its donors enjoy. This will simply not be the case with labour organizations under C-377. To further disprove this counter-argument, I think we need to look no further than the first incarnation of Bill C-377, which was C-317. The bill tied the reporting function of labour organizations to the enjoyment of the tax-exempt status offered them in paragraph K of subsection 149(1) of the Income Tax Act. Any labour organization not in compliance with the financial disclosure requirements outlined in C-317 would lose their tax-exempt status. C-317 also sought to affect the tax treatment of union members if their union did not comply with its requirements by not allowing union dues to be tax deductible. In your ruling, Mr. Speaker, on 317, which was delivered November 4th on my birthday in 2011 and found on pages 2984 to 2986 of the debates, the Speaker said that 317 had not respected the rules of the standing orders because to remove a tax exemption was to, in effect, raise taxes which would require a Ways and Means motion, which that bill did not have. Your ruling disallowed that and forced the member from South Surrey White Rock Cloverdale to remove the parts of the bill that tied the reporting requirements to the enjoyment of tax-exempt status by labour organizations and tax deductibility of the dues by their members. In doing so, there is no longer any direct tie or connection to taxation or benefits received by a labour organization or its members. A labour organization or trust who fails to comply with the requirements of C-377 will not lose their tax-exempt status, and their members will not lose their tax deductibility on their dues. C-377 solely becomes a simple public reporting function, which is a new function of the Income Tax Act and a new purpose for the CRA in its capacity to administer the Act. As such, it should require a royal recommendation. The second issue I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, has to do with how C-377 regulates the internal affairs of unions and their relationship with their members. In essence, a de facto labour relations function that is completely new for CRA and duplicates the function of the Canada Industrial Relations Board. C-377 is modeled on the United States reporting regulations for American unions that falls under the Labour Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959. This act legislates labour relations. It promotes labour union and labour management transparency through reporting and disclosure requirements for labour unions and their officials. This act is administered by the Office of Labour Management Standards within the Department of Labour, not the Internal Revenue Agency. The reporting requirements in C-377 were copied from the reporting requirements of the most detailed and onerous reporting form from the Office of Labour Management Standards, Form LM2. Specifically, the revisions to the reporting regulations that were introduced on January 21, 2009 by the U.S. Department of Labor and later rescinded on October 13, 2009. I will provide you with a copy of the final rule for both actions that was posted on the U.S. Federal Register so you can see how this legislation is a copy of the U.S. Labor Relations regulations. The Disclosure Act of 1959 requires the public disclosure of union financial reports. In fact, the public disclosure is through an online searchable database known as the Electronic Labor Organization Reporting System, the same type of electronic system proposed by this bill. C-377 is in effect the replication of U.S. labor relations law and regulations, specifically Department of Labor regulations for the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Labour Code currently includes a section that deals with union financial transparency and accountability. It requires unions to disclose financial statements to members on request, or to the Industrial Relations Board to enable members to view that information. This is part of their function to regulate labor organizations. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee received a number of submissions on this bill. One submission that I will submit to you was from Syndicat de Professionnels et Professionnels de Government of Quebec, included a legal opinion that argued the bill was concerning labor relations. Although the argument was for an entirely different matter, I believe the substance concerning labor relations was sound and it would be of assistance for you in your decision. Mr. Speaker, the predominant purpose of this bill, as promoted by the member from South Surrey White Rock Cloverdale, is to increase the transparency and accountability of labor organizations. The member stated during his second reading, and I quote from his statement, "With the passage of this bill, the public will be empowered to gauge the effectiveness, financial integrity, and health of any labor union." The bill's summary states, this enactment amends the Income Tax Act to require that labor organizations provide financial information to the Minister for Public Disclosure. The degree of detailed information this bill requires is far broader in scope than any other requirement on any other entity that is publicly disclosed by the government. This is clearly an attempt to monitor and regulate the activities of labor organizations. This is especially clear when the bill requires the detailed time and expenditures that labor organizations spend on non-labor relations activities such as political activities and lobbying. Mr. Speaker, let me draw your attention to a previous Speaker's ruling on October 20th, 2006, and found on page 4039 of the debates regarding Bill C-286, an act to amend the Witness Protection Program Act, protection of spouses whose lives are in danger. The bill proposed to expand the Witness Protection Program to include persons whose life was in danger because of acts committed against them by their spouses. The Speaker explained that the bill proposed, and I quote, "a protection that does not currently exist under the Witness Protection Program. In doing so, the bill proposes to carry out an entirely new function. As a new function, such an activity is not covered by the terms of an existing appropriation. New functions or activities must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. The government," close quote, "the government and the member from South Surrey White Rock Cloverdale may argue that the function proposed by C-377 is the same function the CRA performs with respect to Charities Directorate or other tax-exempt organizations. Although it is true that the processes and infrastructure required may be similar. The function and purpose for those processes are very much different. Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to the Speaker ruling on November 8, 2006, and found on pages 4905 and 4906 of the debates regarding Bill C-279, an act to amend the DNA Identification Act and establishment of indexes. I believe the particulars on this issue have a lot of similarities in the case at hand and would deny this counter-argument. Bill C-279 would have created a new purpose for the DNA Identification Act and established new indexes in the DNA databank, similar in context to the new database that would be created under this bill for unions. The Speaker explained there was an addition of a new purpose to the DNA Identification Act, which was to identify missing persons via their DNA profiles. Again, this is similar to 377 that wishes to impose reporting requirements on another tax-exempt organization under Section 114 of the Income Tax Act. The Speaker said in that ruling, and I quote, "Amending legislation that proposes a distinctly new purpose must be accompanied by a further royal recommendation." The Speaker's ruling on C-279 clearly shows that just because a process, in this case the DNA, the collecting of DNA, and the infrastructure needed, meaning a database, are the same as the current function of an act, it is still considered a new function and purpose that gives rise to the requirement of a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, whether you looked at detailed requirements of the bill, its summary, the government witnesses who spoke about how this will regulate unions, or just the statements made by the member from South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale, clearly regulating labour relations is the dominant nature of this bill. No such labour relations function exists at the CRA currently. Therefore, this bill would create a new purpose, a new function, and or an activity at CRA that will therefore require a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude that unlike its failed predecessor, C-317, the reporting requirements and the public disclosure imposed by C-377 in no way is linked to the imposition or levitation of taxes, levies, or tariffs. Instead, this bill seeks to use the powers of the Income Tax Act to solely provide public information that would constitute a new function or activity. In addition, the bill clearly creates a new labour relations function at the CRA that not only does not exist presently, but duplicates this function that is already happening at the Canada Industrial Relations Board. Because this bill creates a new function and purpose at the CRA, I respectfully submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-377 should require a royal recommendation. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate...
Order. Before we hear from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso regarding employment insurance. Now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on the same point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate my member opposite for his attempt at brevity, but I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that it reminded me of that old classic movie Airplane back from 1980, penned by Jim Abrams and David Zucker. And what I kept thinking of when I was listening to his brief presentation was those continuous scenes where Ted Stryker, the ex-Army pilot who was afraid to fly, would continue to tell stories to people in the seat next to him, and they would end up attempting suicide. But I do want to thank my friend, for being at least a little bit more brief than the official opposition's House Leader. I will attempt to be even briefer than my friend from the Liberal Party, because I rise to respond to last Thursday's intervention by the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, and yesterday's by the Honourable Member for St. Lambert concerning a royal recommendation for Bill C-377, an Act to amend the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-377 was introduced on December 5, 2011 by the member from South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale, and has since been read the second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. The bill would amend the Income Tax Act to require labour organizations to provide financial information for public disclosure. I would note that this bill was not identified by the Speaker as an item of concern with respect to the financial prerogative of the Crown, nor has it been the subject of an intervention by a Minister of the Crown or a Parliamentary Secretary on behalf of one. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie argued that the provisions of the bill requiring labour organizations to submit financial information and the requirement for the Canada Revenue Agency to publish the information on a website with search tools somehow represent new and distinct charges on the Treasury which are not currently authorized. The Honourable Member for St. Lambert then added the information provided to the Finance Committee by the Canada Revenue Agency, which provided estimates on the expected incremental costs associated with implementation. There are procedural authorities and precedents for cases where a new royal recommendation was not required for incremental modifications to expand the operation of provisions already authorized by a royal recommendation. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie cited for the Chair page 833 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice. The most relevant portion pertaining to amending bill, such as Bill C-377, is that a royal recommendation is required for, quote, bills which authorize new charges for purposes not anticipated in the estimates. The charge imposed by the legislation must be, quote, new and distinct, in other words, not covered elsewhere by some more general authorization, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Section 220 of the Income Tax Act provides the Minister with the authority to administer and enforce the provisions of the Act. Indeed, this authority was cited in the same materials provided to the Finance Committee, which the member for St. Lambert cited yesterday. In particular, subsection 220 sub 2 provides broadly and generally that, quote, such officers, clerks, and employees as are necessary to administer and enforce this Act shall be appointed or employed in the manner authorized by law, end quote. Clearly, the authority to retain any necessary staff has already been addressed by Parliament. It may also be useful to add here that subsection 5 sub 1 of the Canada Revenue Agency Act provides that, quote, the agency is responsible for supporting the administration and enforcement of the program legislation, end quote. Program legislation is in turn defined in Section 2 of that Act as, quote, any other act of Parliament that the Governor and Council of Parliament authorizes the Minister, the agency, the Commissioner, or an employee of the agency to administer or enforce, including the Income Tax Act, end quote. Indeed, this broad mandate already enjoyed by the Canada Revenue Agency is addressed in response to the Liberal question 1 sub A in the Finance Committee materials the Honourable Member for St. Lambert cited, which asked how Bill C-377 aligns with the Canada Revenue Agency's mandate. The agency replied, quote, a measure introduced by Parliament that is incorporated into the Income Tax Act and falls under the responsibility of the Minister of National Revenue will be administered by the CRA. Parliament determines if a measure will be incorporated into the Income Tax Act, end quote. Mr. Speaker, in other words, the Canada Revenue Agency has already been given a broad sweeping mandate to administer and enforce federal taxation laws. Meanwhile, other existing provisions of the Income Tax Act allow the Minister to require certain persons or entities to file information for the purposes of taxation. Specifically, for example, subsection 149 sub 14, dealing with qualified donees, provides a requirement for public foundations to, quote, file with the Minister both an information return and a public information return for the year in prescribed form and containing prescribed information, end quote. In other words, the Act already requires information to be submitted to the Minister in a prescribed form and containing prescribed information. So this does not constitute a new function, mandate, or duty for the Minister or the agency. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie also argued that making the information public represents a new and distinct activity that is not currently authorized. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the agency has a comprehensive website which publishes lots of information and materials, so that would not be a new responsibility for the agency. As for making information public, I would note that the Income Tax Act provides provisions now to that effect. Subsection 149, sub 15, relates to information that may be communicated in respect of charitable organizations. It states, and I quote, "The information contained in a public information return shall be communicated or otherwise made available to the public by the Minister in such a manner as the Minister deems appropriate. The Minister may make available to the public in any manner that the Minister considers appropriate," end quote. In other words, the Act provides the Minister with the authority to publish in any manner the Minister considers appropriate the content of a public information return. That other information would fall within an existing function, mandate, and duty does not, I submit, require a royal recommendation. Now, Mr. Speaker, turning to some precedents, on February 10, 1998, at page 3647 of the debates, Bill S3, an Act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act, 1985, and the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Act, was found not to require a royal recommendation. In his ruling, Mr. Speaker Perrin said, in a case where powers were expanded, yet no royal recommendation was needed, that, quote, "It seems fairly evident that the powers of the superintendent would be extended by Bill S3. It may well be that the additional expenditures would be incurred because of those enhanced powers of the superintendent. Should an increase in resources be necessary as a result of these new powers, the necessary allocation of money would have to be sought by means of an appropriation bill because I am unable to find any provision for money in Bill S3, end quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie made mention of the additional tasks which would fall to the employees of the agency, as well as training which might be required for new filings. Your immediate predecessor's ruling at page 7261 of the debates for February 23, 2007 on Bill C-327, an Act to amend the Broadcasting Act, answers that point. Quote, Bill C-327 may or may not result in a greater workload for the CRTC, but the activities being proposed are within its mandate. If additional staff or resources are required to perform these activities, then they would be brought forward in a separate appropriation bill for Parliament's consideration, end quote. More recently, on October 26, 2010, Mr. Speaker Milliken ruled concerning the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-300, an act respecting corporate accountability for the activities of mining oil or gas in developing countries. The bill, among other things, required the Minister of Foreign Affairs to establish a process for the examination of complaints concerning possible contraventions of the guidelines. The Speaker ruled then, and I quote, "The Chair is of the view that the examination of such complaints is not a departure from or expansion of current ministerial mandate under the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade Act. Bill C-300 may put forth more stringent requirements, but it does not expand the mandate per se. It may be that the reorganization of resources or even additional funds would be required. However, it appears that these would seem operational in nature," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I submit that Bill C-377 is consistent with the precedent cited in that it does not authorize a new expenditure of public funds. Rather, it deals with the operation of provisions already authorized by Parliament, which were accompanied by a royal recommendation at the time these provisions were enacted. I know that the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie mentioned that there was nothing set out in the recently tabled Supplementary Estimates B for this fiscal year. The honourable member for St. Lambert also claimed that this was confirmed in the agency's answers to the Finance Committee. But let's be clear here, Mr. Speaker, that the usual practice we can expect to see unfold would be that the agency would account for its operations under Bill C-377, should it become law, in its estimates after the bill becomes law. That is a common practice with respect to any proposed legislation which has not yet been enacted. The supplementary estimates argument advanced by those honourable members is really a red herring in this entire debate. Should Bill 377 become law, the authority to spend for the purposes set out in the bill will be under the general authority of existing broader provisions of the Income Tax Act, as well as the agency's general authorities under the Canada Revenue Agency Act. Should additional funds be required, the government would seek them from Parliament as part of the supply cycle through an appropriations bill in the ordinary manner for operating expenses. Then, Mr. Speaker, therefore, in conclusion, I respectively submit that Bill C-377 does not require a royal recommendation and is properly before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Cape Breton Council and the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader for their interventions on this matter, and we'll certainly get back to the House in due course as is necessary. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-28, Financial Literacy Leader Act.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the points of order were very interesting to hear, very technical, but indeed very interesting. With your permission, I will be beginning by saying that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Pontiac. And it is always an honour to speak in this House on these bills. Today we are talking about C-28, which is the bill concerning the Chief Financial Literacy Coordinator. And this is someone who comes under the Governor and Council. I already spoke to this bill at second reading, so today I'm going to speak specifically about the amendments that were tabled by my colleagues during the study in the Finance Committee. I can only deplore the fact that the 6 amendments that were tabled by my colleagues in the NDP were defeated by my Conservative colleagues. It's always very sad to see the very little cooperation that we receive from the Conservatives. Now, although these 6 amendments were extremely relevant, there were 2 that, in my opinion, were indispensable, and those are the ones that talked about the bilingualism of the financial literacy leader, and the other one which concerns the creation of an advisory committee.
I would like to quote the declaration from the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance when my colleague from Sudbury tabled the NDP 3 amendment during the committee hearing, and the third amendment, would ensure that the financial literacy leader would be bilingual. And so the answer from the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance was, and I quote, "That's a huge priority for this government. This is why we continue to put forward policies that support that." And she also mentioned, "I would also say that in choosing a financial literacy leader, we don't want to make sure that there is merit that goes with any appointment." So, Mr. Speaker, with that both declarations, there is a blatant contradiction between the fact that she acknowledged that the literacy leader should be bilingual, but on the other hand, the language skills are not mandatory for that position. So this is a contradiction, and we have seen that contradiction for many nominations by the government, by the Conservative government, and it demonstrates that for this government, language skills, and namely the ability to speak French, is not part of the merit that is required to get this position. Alors, ça c'est quelque chose qui est.
So this is something that is absolutely, well, for a member of Parliament from Quebec, that is a huge problem, because we have the impression that the government always says the same things about bilingualism. They say we're going to appoint someone on his or her merits, and then we'll ask them to learn French. So the message that sends is that the ability to speak French, that language abilities, are not part of the skills required to obtain these positions. And that is a message that, as a member of Parliament from Quebec, I find completely unacceptable. So that was the First Amendment. The Second Amendment that my colleague from Sudbury presented sought to create an advisory council in accordance with the Task Force on Financial Literacy. So that is among the 30 recommendations that had been made by this committee in question. We can see that in this bill, only one recommendation was adopted, and that is the one referring to the creation of the financial literacy leader.
Littératie financière. Alors,
So, once again, this is a bill that is incomplete. It is, in fact, an empty shell because out of 30 recommendations, the government decided to only adopt one, which was the creation of the position that I just mentioned. And we often hear the argument from the government side whereby with this bill will come the creation of a website. So we have the impression that for the government, websites are like a magic wand. This is a response that is served up anytime we ask ministers about cuts, for example, to public servant positions where public servants are in place to answer the questions of the public. And we have the impression from the government that all people have to do is consult a website and that all the information will be there. And that is pretty much what we heard from the people on the government side.
qu'on a tendance aussi à oublier.
One of the aspects that we tend to forget as well is that making people more financially literate and giving them more knowledge does not mean that when they don't have enough money, because the banking system drains off a great deal of money, well, it doesn't. It's no good explaining to them how money works when they don't have any in their pockets. So I would like to quote some figures here, for example, from the Canadian banks, which are practically a monopoly. If we look at the after-tax profits of the banks, since the year 2000, the profits of Canadian banks went from less than $10 billion, that is $9.7 billion to be specific, to over $25 billion in 2011. Now, for a population of 35 million people, that is $700 per person, per capita. So on average, a family of four contributes $3,000 to Canadian banks. Now, on the other side, I see that that people are very happy, and that the member across the way seems to say that this is a sign that the banking system is properly managed. But in my mind, I believe that it's a sign that we are being gouged by the banks, because banks have interest rates that are absolutely shameful in some cases, particularly in the case of credit cards. And I would bring you back to a proposal that was made and has been supported by the NDP for several years, which is that credit card interest rates be limited to 5% beyond the Bank of Canada lending rate since 2010. So instead of having interest rates of 25 or 26% in certain cases on credit cards, well, under an NDP government, we would limit these rates to 6%, for example, in the case right now, and that would allow credit companies still to make a great deal of money and to still be very profitable, but it would prevent the imposition of exorbitant lending rates on people who have very poor credit ratings and therefore are the people who are the most underprivileged in society, because they are in situations where they are obliged to borrow using mechanisms that have the highest interest rates.
and they don't have access to rates and credit cards that are lower, better cards, in other words. So I will conclude on that, Mr. Speaker. I think I only have 30 seconds left, so I will use it to say that I am very disappointed to see, unfortunately, well, I support in third reading this bill because the main reason is that we cannot be opposed to a principle which is the minimum to create, at least, at the very least, this position of the financial literacy leader. But I do think that it is a waste, an incredible waste of time and energy for Parliament because it's really a mountain that's creating a mole. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the very interesting speech given by my honourable colleague, and I wanted to ask him this. Obviously, he demonstrated, or he talked about a number of problems dealing with literacy in Canada, and the measures being proposed by the government don't quite respond to these problems. So I have a very simple question to ask. What could we have done in order to ensure that we do really contribute to the health, the financial health and literacy of Canadians? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I have noted it in one of the amendments by my colleague from Sudbury, who was sitting on the Committee of Finance at the time, and he had proposed the creation of an advisory committee. This advisory committee or board would have, in fact, it was one of the recommendations, would be comprised of different stakeholders from different spheres who are in touch with the public and who could therefore provide means and suggestions as well as some control over the financial literacy leader. And this would allow there to be some controls, not just one individual who is simply in charge or in charge of the financial literacy of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was interested in my colleague's comments when he made reference to the fact that the NDP put forward 6 what they consider to be reasonable amendments at the committee, and not a single one was favoured with a supportive vote by my colleagues in the Conservative Party, the ruling party. And in fact, not a single amendment has ever been allowed to any piece of legislation in the 41st Parliament, I understand. Even at times when they knew full well that the amendments had merit, they act and behave as if they have some kind of a monopoly on all wisdom, all knowledge, and all good ideas. Even times when the minister himself would have to get up at report stage and introduce the very same things that they voted down at the committee stage. I mean, they must find that embarrassing even to be hoisted on their own petard in that way. But my one particular question is, I'm interested in the amendment put forward, or the quote by the member for St. Boniface, I guess it is. Doesn't that seem to be contradictory, that she herself spoke in favor of the same principle as you had put forward, as my colleague had put forward in the amendment? Does my colleague have any explanation for such a contradictory behavior by the parliamentary secretary?
Honourable Member for Saint John.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. This is, like I said, a blatant contradiction between the sentence that she said that it's a huge priority for this government to have bilingual appointments, and a few minutes later, really a few minutes later, the very same member voting against that amendment. So there is a contradiction that I don't have any explanation for that, and the only suspicion that I can have is that they want to have the possibility to make appointments of people who they know are not bilingual, and they will only have to pretend that they will learn French in the future.
We have the time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for St. Bruno St. Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the lack of savings by Canadians and the increased consumer debt are symptoms of disparity between the rising cost of living and lowered salaries rather than financial illiteracy. I'd like my colleague to talk to me about how a bill that would enable the creation of this framework for this position will help Canadians, not taking into consideration the 29 recommendations made by the members at committee. Brief response by the member for Saint Jean. Thank you. I think the member for St. Bruno St. Hubert is right, in fact. And one of the questions that was asked during the meetings of the committee was, could the commissioner of the agency name someone to fill this position without them having the role of director? And the official who responded at the department said yes, but it looks better. It makes it more official with this legislative appointment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, we have to define the problem.
The issue here, because this is actually can seem kind of a kind of anodyne bill, but in fact, at its core, it has a very, very essential contribution to make. And it is really a question of fundamental literacy. And when we talk about literacy in general terms, we can talk about literacy with regards to reading a book or a document, but literacy goes fundamentally deeper than that. And literacy eventually is also an issue of justice. So I found a particular quote from Globe and Mail finance columnist Rob Carrick, quite revealing about this particular bill. It's disappointing to see banks, advice firms, investment dealers, and mutual fund companies treated solely like part of the solution to the lack of financial literacy in Canada and not part of the problem as well.
Order. The honourable member for Pontiac has the floor. Honourable members wish to engage in other conversations. I certainly invite them to perhaps share some time in their respective lobbies. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So perhaps repeat the quote that I was attempting to read by the finance columnist, Globe and Mail, Rob Carrick. He says, I think, something that's really quite revealing. It's disappointing to see banks, advice firms, investment dealers, and mutual fund companies treated solely like part of the solution to the lack of financial literacy in Canada and not part of the problem as well. We need to recognize that financial institutions and banks in this country have an extremely powerful role to play with regards to persuasion over Canadians. And it is that persuasion that could be used, rightly or wrongly, to affect the financial lives of Canadians. If we keep in mind as well a kind of glaring statistic, 26% of Canadians struggle with even the most basic numeracy, and 56% do not have high enough levels of numeracy to demonstrate skills and knowledge associated with the ability to function well in Canadian society. Keeping that fact in mind, we should really all be worried. Also keeping in mind the high level of domestic debt, we should also be fundamentally worried. This problem has to be clearly addressed. It's also, our RHSDC reveals that the relevant statistics for literacy, financial literacy, are 20% and 48%. And if we compare with the United States, Canada has one of the highest level of annual costs for equity funds, 2.31%, compared to 0.94% in the U.S. So it is not a wonder that banks want more customers. The highest earning should also keep in mind that the highest earning 11% of Canadians contribute more to RRSPs than the bottom 89% of tax fillers combined. Canadian taxpayers subsidize those RRSPs to the tune of $7.3 billion in annual net tax expenditures. If we continue with some interesting statistics, 30% of Canadian families lack any retirement savings outside of the Canadian pension plan. Can you imagine? And the average, as I mentioned before, Canadian household has debt that is 150% of income, whereas 25% of Canadians increased their debt load over the past year. And in the last quarter, the CPP outperformed the markets by a margin of 10 to 1. Why refer to all these statistics? Well, because what we're fundamentally discussing here with this bill is the relationship of power between the average Canadian citizen, his knowledge of the financial system, and that of the banks in this country. And if we don't empower Canadian citizens with the ability to understand the financial system, understand what financial institutions impose on them, then we're on a slippery slope. And this measure, obviously proposed by C28, is a good one. However, from our perspective, it is not enough.
We are concerned, for example, with the fact that there is no explicit requirement for the title holder to be bilingual, and yet we live in a country with two official languages. We think that if somebody is supposed to be responsible for improving the financial literacy of Canadians across the country, that individual must be able to communicate in both French and English. The Minister of State has assured us that the person in this position will be bilingual. But the Conservatives refuse to make this explicit within the legislation itself, and we are concerned about this. As well, the conclusions of the National Task Group on financial literacy clearly indicate that the person responsible for financial literacy should be held advised of the situation by an advisory board comprising representatives from industries, unions, teachers, the governments, and volunteer organizations from across the country. This provision is part of the bill and is preventing a number of people from taking part. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada has said that an advisory board will be created, but it should be created under the legislation in order for the legislation to exist. And this leads to some confusion, Mr. Speaker. We have proposed a number of amendments at committee stage in order to fix some of these problems, like the requirement for a bilingual financial literacy leader, what we mean by financial literacy, as well as greater accountability for this position that will be created. The Conservatives have rejected all of our proposals. Stakeholders told us that the creation of this position is preferable to the status quo. So we agree to the creation of this position, given that the expenditures for this position were already approved in the 2012 budget. We're approving this bill, and we will continue to push the government to ensure that it goes further still. Because if it has made a small step in the right direction, there is still much to do. But what could we do to improve the situation? Financial literacy is important when it comes to protecting consumers. The lack of savings by Canadians and increased debt under the Conservatives are signs of the disparity between the increased cost of living and the lowered wages rather than financial literacy. People are living from paycheck to paycheck, and the situation proves that the government is not assuming its role as a leader, and it's unable to respond to the issues that are really important to Canadians. This government has never implemented rigorous regulations and laws to protect consumers. This bill is far from ensuring real respite for consumers. In fact, in our opinion, the best way to support consumers is a department or an agency that would protect consumers, that would play the role of a single window service for all issues that affect consumers. If the government really takes the consumer protection issue to heart, it should move forward with regulations on credit cards, for example, and implement major regulations that would allow a cap to be put on interest rates for credit cards, as well as to eliminate excessive fees paid by consumers. NDP members like me want better financial security at retirement. We have to strengthen guaranteed pension plans in Canada and Quebec, ensure that benefits are doubled, give Canadians adequate income that is guaranteed throughout their retirement. What we need to do, essentially, Mr. Speaker, what the government needs to do, what we as politicians need to do, is to ensure that Canadians are educated, to ensure that they have access to education in financial literacy, to ensure that they are protected, particularly with regard to the banks and the powers that the banks can have over their lives, as well as credit cards and other financial institutions such as insurance companies. And in order to do this, we have to ensure that there are good rules and laws in place to control these companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable deputy.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, who gave an excellent speech, on what this really means for people. Is there something that bothers me since I started to hear people debate this bill in the House? The financial literacy leader, who unfortunately is not required to be bilingual. Well, do we use the same terms in French and English for financial literacy? I'd like to know that. That's my question. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. I think we can all agree that this is a field of study that is quite complex, and it is clear that the vocabulary is not the same. Even I am bilingual. I was born into a bilingual environment. I lived most of my life here in the Ottawa region, and I find it quite difficult myself to compare the terminology in French and in English when we talk about financial issues.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for St. Bruno, St. Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech by my brilliant colleague on this bill. We all know that this bill will do nothing with regard to a strategy to lighten the debt load of Canadians. This bill only legalizes or sets out in law the position that we're talking about here. And I'd like to know, with regard to the recommendations that were made by the task force, there were some 30 recommendations that were made.
And the Conservatives are only keeping one of them, which is the legalization and the creation of this position. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate on that and explain how this could help Canadian families in terms of their indebtedness and even those especially who live from paycheck to paycheck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excusez. Vous avez pas eu le...
I'm sorry, you didn't have the opportunity to answer. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Yes, thank you. My colleague is quite right because, for example, there's no definition of financial literacy, first of all. We would perhaps need to have a definition of what that is. And also there's no accountability mechanism. There's no way that defines how someone's supposed to acquire that financial literacy. There's an advisory committee that was suggested in the recommendations that was not retained. These are suggestions that were made by ourselves and by the committee, and it seems to me that this would improve this bill and would help to protect Canadians.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway. Oh, I'm sorry.
East.
I'm obviously late in the day. Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's Vancouver East. One of the concerns about this bill overall is that it, as you pointed out, as the member has pointed out, that it's very far removed from consumer protection. And one of the things that I've always been concerned about over the years, because of the riding that I represent, is protection, particularly for low-income people who, in the first place, have difficulty accessing regular services at financial institutions, and the protection that they have is very, very minimal. And I just wonder if the member could comment whether or not he has any similar experiences in his own riding where people who are on fixed or very low incomes have a very difficult time with financial institutions, and they absolutely need protection.
Honourable Deputy de Pontiac.
Honourable member for Pontiac.
Absolutely, and that has definitely been the experience in my riding. And of course, I think there is a relationship, at least most statisticians would say, that there is a relationship between level of education, and poverty and literacy. So we're talking about compounding situations. If our literacy are low, as education is low, it's perhaps more difficult to understand the financial system than perhaps others. And the statistics, my honourable colleague is completely right. The statistics are worrying. We're talking about 30% of Canadian families lack any retirement savings. 30%. The average Canadian household has a debt of 150% of income, and the debt load has increased. 25% of Canadians increased their debt load. And we know that a lot of those Canadians are either working poor or poor, and it's truly unfortunate, and we would hope that we'd have a more compassionate government that would address this issue.
Reprise du débat, resume debate. Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd advise the Chair that I'm splitting my time on this bill, which is a bill to establish a financial literacy leader, so-called, which was one of 30 recommendations of a task force on financial literacy. Now, it's rather unfortunate that only one of the 30 recommendations were followed, because this is really just a very, very minor, modest first step in what's required. Problem is, of course, that many financial literacy programs often devolve into simply admonitions for individuals to save more money, which is an impossible situation for many people. In fact, most people going into retirement, for example, 30% have nothing more than CPP for the retirement plans, and we've got the Minister of Human Resources and Development suggesting that people should save more for an extra 2 years to go into retirement. So it's totally inadequate. I see, Mr. Speaker, that I have only time to give this short speech, and I would encourage my colleagues to ask some questions or make some comments to allow me to speak a little more.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier.
Maybe I'll just go back to bed. Hochelaga.
Hochelaga. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that the literacy rate, generally speaking, is 43% of the population, which reads at a grade 3 level or less. So they already have trouble reading. So financial literacy would perhaps be helpful. But if people can't even read, there might be other measures that would help people to help themselves rather than financial literacy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her question. What she points to is a real inconsistency by this Conservative government, suggesting that financial literacy is so important that we should undertake this task. And yet, back in 2006, they're preaching financial literacy now, but back in 2006, they cut nearly $18 million in adult literacy programs across the country. So this is a bit of a fig leaf, I think, Mr. Speaker, for Conservatives in action, frankly, on the real problems of literacy that we have in this country, and also on failure to actually protect consumers and build a better regulatory framework.
Questions and comments?
Deputy.
The Honourable Member. Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's brief speech, but there's one thing that I realize, which is that this government does not truly understand the economic reality of Canadians. It's all well and good to provide education, but is this bill, by creating this position, will it not just be doing some advertising for the banks across the country? I'd like my colleague to elaborate on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague asked an important question. I mean, many commentators have suggested that looking to finance, like for example, Barry McKenna was a business column in the Globe and Mail, says looking to financial literacy to fill the void in Canada is like asking ordinary Canadians to be their own brain surgeons and airline pilots, because the dizzying array of financial products mixed with chaotic and increasingly irrational financial markets makes the job of do-it-yourself financial planning almost impossible, no matter how literate you are. And what happens then, of course, is we're just driving people into the institutions which have a financial products which, in this country, we have 2 and 3 times as much for management fees than the private sector, like the Canada Pension Plan, which are better ways of saving for Canadians. So we have a problem here, but it is considered to be a very small first step, but one that requires leadership from this government. We're not sure we're going to get it, but we think that this is a start that ought to be made.
Reprise the débat. Resume
debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-28, an act to amend the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to pass this motion?
No. I therefore, hearing no nays, I therefore declare the motion carried. When shall the bill next be read? It will not be right now. Comme il est 17h30,
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-398 under private members' business. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Madame Laverdiere.
Ms. Laverdiere, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moved that Bill C-398, an act to amend the Patent Act, Drugs for International Humanitarian Purposes, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Laverdiere. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Chicoine.
Mr. Dionne Labelle.
Mr. Dionne Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Mr. Morin-Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my left.
Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Mr. Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Shute.
Mr. Shue.
Third row on my left.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Mr. Ravigna.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Caragianis.
Mr. Caragianis.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Gar.
Second row on my left.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wells.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Milcaire.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
All those on my right, fifth row in favor, please rise.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Wilkes.
Fourth row on my right,
Mr.
in
Wilkes.
favor, please rise.
Mr. Allen, Tobic, Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to the Mactaquac.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr.
Troisième
Law.
rangée.
Third row.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Second row.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
DeVola.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Second row.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Third row on my right opposed, please.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossan.
Mr. Gossan.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row.
Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Panashwe.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion to concur in Bill C-383, a report stage under private members' business. Order! We're not going to proceed with the vote until there's order in the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Preston, moved that Bill C-383, an act to amend the International Boundary Waters Treaties Act and the International River Improvements Act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Kutusuk. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. McColeman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Gordon.
Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Adler. Mr. Albus. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hillier. Ms. James. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Rathgeber.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipeau. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Brave. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Chupe. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach. Mr. Leong. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckard. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossard. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Ablonzi. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Keddy South Shore, St. Margaret. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Berjot. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panashway. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Iglukas. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Fast. Mr. Blaney. Monsieur Benoit.
All those on my left in favor, starting with the fifth row on my left. In favor.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Stoffer. Mr. Chiquan. Mr. Dion Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Bohr. Mr. Morin Laurentier de Labelle. Mr. Patry. Mr. Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Genet. Mr. Casey. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Fortin. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
All those on the fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolen. Ms. Young, Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Giguère. Mr. Côté. Mr. Genet-Jourdain. Mr. Lapointe. Madame Hassania. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Nichols. Mrs. Tsabaïsen. Mr. Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Mr. Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Choquette. Mr. Sims, Bonavista Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeria. Mr. Shute.
All those in the third row on my left.
Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Madame Papillon. Mr. Bramy. Mr. Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Mr. Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Toon. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Caron. Madame Piclet. Mr. Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Mr. Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Karagiannis.
Mr. Karagiannis.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Scroll.
Scroll.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gildwood.
Mr. Scarborough-Gildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-Salemar.
Madame Leblanc-Salemar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. I declare the...
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Pour 288, mais contre aucun, none.
I now declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Brilliant. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-209 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, move that Bill S-209, an act to amend the criminal code, prize fights, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Dion Labelle.
Mr. Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my left.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassaigne.
Madame Hassaigne.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mrs. Sabaïs.
Mrs. Sabaïs.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Shue.
Mr.
Back
Shute.
to Mr. Valeriot.
And then Mr. Valeriot.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toombs. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. Cutler. Ms. Scrow. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Garneau.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Kellway. Madame Brosseau. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Groguet. Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte. Madame Hughes. Mr. Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Mr. Byrne. Ms. Foote. Monsieur Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Allen Welland. Mr. Martin. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Godin. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Ray. Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. McColman. Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Back to Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Adler. Mr. Albus. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hillier. Ms. James. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Rathgibber.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipeau. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brownlees Grenville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leon. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Decker. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston.
On my right.
Mr. Brightright. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Anders. Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossard. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Ablonte. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's. Mr. Vellicott. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashue. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Fass. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Benoit.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
All those at my right opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row on my right. First row on my right.
Yeas pour 282, 282. Nays contre 6.
Have a point of order, the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but I think I voted twice. The first vote was the correct one. Thank you.
Have another point, the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker,
we have order in the House, please.
You voted twice. Speaker, I'm in the same vote. I voted twice.
I thank both members for their advice. It has been taken into account. I now declare the motion carried, and accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading. At the second reading stage of Bill C-399 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr.
Larose, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that Bill C-399, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, volunteers, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Stauffer. Mr. Chicoine. Mr. Dion-Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Borg. Mr. Morin-Laurentier de Labelle. Mr. Patry. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Casey. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Fortin. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Madame Hassainia. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Silla. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Ms. Sitzabaïs. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Monsieur Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Choquette.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Back to Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Then Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pacchetti.
Mr. Pacchetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr.
Fourth
Goldring.
row.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Devolan.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Third row.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Second row.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Mr. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr.
Mr.
Wallace.
Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy
Mr.
Royal.
Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Campit Meadows Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr.
Mr.
Goodyear.
O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yellich.
Mrs. Yellich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashaway.
Panashaway.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr.
Ms.
Baird.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Yeas pour 133, 133. Nays contre 156, 156.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-370 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Brown leads Grenville, seconded by Mr. Bazan, move that Bill C-370, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, St. Lawrence Islands National Park of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Western West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Western West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr.
Mr.
Leung.
Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. MacLeod.
Mrs. MacLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Bright-Kreitz.
Mr. Bright-Kreitz.
Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Ketty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Panashwe.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms.
Mr.
Raitt.
Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Poco Quitlam.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mrs. Iglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Katusser à ma gauche qui a...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Goldring. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Stoffer. Mr. Chiquan. Mr. Dion Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin Chicoutimi-Lafiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Bourg. Mr. Morin-Laurenti de Labelle. Mr. Patry. Mr. Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Genet. Mr. Casey. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Fortin. Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Favorite. Did I?
Support. Favor.
So we're clear. All those on my left in favor of the motion, go to the fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassaigne.
Madame Hassaigne.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Sitsabaïs.
Monsieur Sitsabaïs.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Shute.
Mr. Shute.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toombs.
Monsieur Toombs.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Ray. Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. third row, second row, first row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Fifth row.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer, yes.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 287, 287. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried.
Since it is 6:50, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time.
Staying for the debate to take their conversations outside the chamber. And if you are staying for the debate, will you please take your seats and be quiet? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette.
Again, if you're not taking part in the debate, will you please vacate the chamber? L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased today to have the privilege to speak to a subject that is as important as Bill C-428. I say that this bill is important because it attacks the horrible Indian Act that dates from 1876. This bill is certainly one of the most archaic colonial heritages in Canada, and in that regard, I can only commend the initiative of member Rob Clark. But that is not enough. It's too little too late. The Conservative government should consider an amendment to the Indian Act in a much broader perspective through a process that is much more open and transparent. As a New Democrat, I consider that a review of this curse should be led by Aboriginals. If changes are imposed unilaterally, what will we truly have changed? For this reason alone, C-428 appears rather inappropriate. I will thus explain to you why this bill will not go down in history. I do not claim to have the solution to pardon 136 years of colonialism, but I can tell you that an ideal bill should be done in collaboration with Aboriginals. It should be a government bill, and it should espouse the objectives of the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples. Naturally, it's exactly because it meets none of these conditions that I am opposed to Bill C-428. First and foremost, we must realize that the Act of 1876 targeted the assimilation of all Aboriginals and their forced integration into a dawning Canadian society. When I go to Manawan, I realize that Atikamekw is still spoken fluently in 2012, which shows that from that viewpoint, this bill was a failure. It includes a number of clauses that make life hard for Aboriginals, and the government must use more than a private member's bill to set the record straight. In 1969, the Liberal Party tried to put this bill aside to reintegrate Aboriginals into Canadian society. Now, this reintegration was supposed to be done without compensation, without a special status, and with no respect for treaties signed in the past. Naturally, the Aboriginals rejected it massively. But that does not mean that they embraced the Indian Act. On the contrary, in their red paper, the Aboriginals pointed out that it was neither possible nor desirable to eliminate the Indian Act. It is essential to study it, but not before the treaty issue is resolved. Close to 45 years later, this question is still not resolved. There were other attempts made in this House. In 1987, the discriminatory provisions of the Indian Act were compiled, and this gave rise to another bill. Later in 2003, the Liberals introduced Bill C-7, which once again was harshly criticized by the First Nations. Now, the Conservatives are introducing a private member's bill, C-428, which does not seem any more relevant than its previous attempts. Einstein said that folly is to behave in the same manner and yet to expect a different result. Now, in my opinion, this quote defines what is cruelly lacking from BC 428 very properly, and a different approach. It is perhaps this flaw that explains that this bill is not keenly received outside of the Conservative caucus. Sean Atleo, chief of the Assembly of First Nations, said this situation is in the same vein as the policy set out in the White Paper of 1969. Had the Conservatives listened to Mr. Atleo, they would have understood that the question is not to figure out what to do with Aboriginals. The question in the 21st century is now to find out what Aboriginals want to do with us. Bill C-428, that the Assembly of First Nations says has come out of nowhere, does not correspond to reality. And yet, during the Crown First Nations gathering, the Conservative Prime Minister gave a long speech on the collaboration that his government was going to begin with the First Nations. But Aboriginals were not consulted on C-428 any more than they were on C-27 or S-8. Mr. Speaker, when we promise something, especially on a topic that is so important, we must act accordingly. It is regrettable to see that this government is unable to make good on its own commitments. With regard to promises that have not been kept, the government committed to eliminating the provisions regarding residential schools from the Indian Act, but we can see that it preferred to put it in as a clause in a private member's bill. We in the NDP believe that such an important subject should be the object of a government bill, including apologies. The government must assume its responsibilities and propose a concrete and serious solution to replace the Indian Act. Bill C-428 has to do with certain clauses that seem to be chosen at random, and some of them are even harmful. For example, the elimination of provisions on wills and estates may put Aboriginals in a legal void that can be very difficult. Does the sponsor understand the ramifications of this bill? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, you must recognize that the living conditions of Aboriginals are deteriorating rapidly. whereas First Nations communities are seeing a demographic boom. Their budgets allocated to social services are increasing only by 2% a year, thanks to the Liberals. The fact that other Canadians have their same budgets increased by 6% does not seem to bother the government unduly. Malnutrition and education problems also hit these First Nations communities very hard. I feel that the Prime Minister has to do more than give a medal to Justin Bieber to ensure that young Aboriginals will forget this reality. When the government decides to truly tackle the problems arising from the Indian Act, I'll be there. In fact, I expect that the approach it proposes be in line with the Declaration of the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This declaration that Canada ignorantly refused to sign recognizes the specific needs of Aboriginals. It recognizes that they have the right to be consulted when the resources on their territory are developed. It's the least that we can do when these resources are the very underpinnings of our economy and our history. If the government does not change its attitude toward the First Nations, they will soon come to understand that the NDP represents the only party that can propose a veritable and open process of consultation. We want to help you achieve self-governance. As for other Canadians, you should know that the excellent social services you receive must be given to Aboriginals as well, from a perspective of sharing and recognition. The Indian Act must be reviewed, but not without a genuine consultation, clear objectives, and a detailed agenda with regard to the steps to be followed. Unfortunately, Bill C-428 does not meet any of these criteria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise the débat, resuming
debate.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am so pleased to stand in my place today to speak to this private member's bill, the member from Desinete, Mississippi, Churchill River. I count not just as a colleague, but one of my personal friends, and I couldn't be more pleased for the hard work he does, not just on the Standing Committee, but to be a First Nations person in this place and start a process that is long overdue is just a great opportunity for us all as parliamentarians to debate. Tonight I'd like to address a couple of elements in this private member's bill. First, Mr. Speaker, the issue of First Nation bylaw publication. Second, outdated sections in the Act. And finally, the repeal of the residential school references in the Act. Currently, First Nations band councils do not have the same opportunities that municipalities and rural municipalities have to independently develop bylaws. There is also no requirement for First Nations to make their bylaws publicly available to its members. As a result, for years, confusion has reigned as First Nations residents and law enforcement officials have often found themselves in the dark as to the specific nature of the bylaws of each individual First Nation. In addition, Mr. Speaker, First Nation band councils have had to go to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs to request approval for each and every bylaw. This cumbersome process has caused many bands to wait for extended lengths of time for approval or even have their bylaws declined. Others have chosen to completely bypass the minister and, as a result, not openly inform their membership of the changes to band bylaws. Bill C-428 would create a more transparent and accountable process for First Nations band members, wherein First Nation councils would be required to publish their bylaws on their website or via some easily accessible communication channel, such as a band newsletter or widely read local newspapers, television, etc. The bill would also eliminate the need to request approval from the minister. The requirement to make each First Nation bylaw publicly accessible to all will provide clarity for First Nation residents, visitors, and law enforcement officials seeking to understand their role in either abiding by or enforcing these rules. It will also place the responsibility for these bylaw-making powers squarely back in the hands of the First Nation, where it belongs, and provide grassroots members of the bands with greater accountability from their band councils. This change will benefit not only law enforcement officers, who will more fully understand the expectations of the Chief and Council of each First Nation for a given bylaw, but also those members of the Council and band members eager to see the bylaws that they have enacted enforced in an efficient and effective, timely manner. Importantly, this change would also streamline the decision-making process by eliminating the unnecessary step of having to submit any and every new bylaw to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for approval. As currently, following the submission of new bylaws to the Minister, there follows a 40-day period during which the law may be disallowed by the Minister. Bill C-428 is also repealing sections of the Indian Act that, while they remain in the law, are no longer enforced. This is equivalent to what we would call legal underbrush, which confuses the real issues facing the Crown and the First Nations. We must clear this underbrush away so that we can see the parts of the Indian Act that are substantively affecting the daily life of First Nations. One of these examples is the removal of restrictions on the sale of produce from reserves. Mr. Speaker, there are several other similar examples of sections of the Indian Act that are no longer enforced, that simply have no place in modern legislation. Though there have been numerous amendments to the Indian Act over the years, the substance of the statute remains very much in the 19th century, and that fact is reflected in the language of the document. Mr. Speaker, by bringing the language and content of the statute into the modern area, that's what this bill seeks to do. Incremental change such as these will pave the way for future legislation to be developed in collaboration with First Nations members that will benefit all Canadians. Some of the detractors of Bill C-428 have chosen to ridicule this particular set of changes. That is misguided. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I feel very strongly that it is important to take those steps to remove from the law things that are no longer relevant or, in the case of residential schools, are institutions we no longer support. It is a dark chapter in Canada's history that we must move on from. By taking concrete steps to amend the language and remove outdated and irrelevant sections of the Indian Act, this bill addresses some of the challenges facing First Nations communities in regards to their political, social, and economic development. Bill C-428 would also remove the provisions allowing for the establishment of residential schools. On June 11, 2008, the Prime Minister of Canada made an impassioned and heartfelt apology to the First Nations people of Canada for the treatment of children in residential schools, a sad and shameful chapter in our nation's history. The Prime Minister deservedly received praise not only for the sentiment of the statement, but also for the eloquence with which it was expressed and the sincerity of his remarks. Following this momentous apology, the government also announced its intent to repeal those sections of the Indian Act that allowed for the establishment of Indian residential schools and the removal of children from their homes and communities. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-428 will do exactly that. It will remove from the Indian Act, once and for all, any mention of residential schools, as well as the outdated language dealing with the religion of First Nations residents in relation to their schooling. This will ensure that no future government could open a residential school for First Nations. The pain arising from the legacy of residential schools continues to affect constituents in the Great Kenora riding and, in fact, across this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe by removing this antiquated language and all references to residential schools, we can take another collective step on the path toward healing as a nation. While the horrors of the residential school situation cannot be erased or forgotten, removing the segments of the Indian Act, which still, to this day, refer to residential schools, can provide a path to better understanding and can reassure our First Nations communities of our commitment to never see this happen again. The Indian Act has had the effect of robbing children of their goals and ambitions. By nourishing and encouraging the dreams of First Nations youth, we help not only these children, but our entire community. for generations, Mr. Speaker. The Indian Act has allowed the potential of First Nations youth to wither. We cannot afford or allow this waste to continue. The colonial and discriminatory nature of the Indian Act has led to decades of discrimination and cultural division. The residential schools were a vehicle for the social, cultural, and spiritual destruction because it was embedded in the Act. Removing offensive and irrelevant sections from the Indian Act is symbolic, but will also help residential school survivors on their personal path to healing. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-428 has as its primary goal the empowerment of First Nations people and their governments. And I am here today proud to stand in support of the work my colleague from Desinete, Mississippi, Churchill River is doing in these regards. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the residents of the Great Kenora riding, particularly our First Nations communities, more than 42 in our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak to this bill, a bill which I think that it's very clear that the member from Desinete, Mississippi, Churchill, has the best of intentions. But with great regret, Mr. Speaker, I have to join those who would be opposed to this bill. And for the most part, it's not because of the substantive changes that the member has brought forward, which a number of the members in his party have spoken for. Mr. Speaker, the main problem with this bill is that it is breaking the very constitutional obligation for advanced consultation, consideration, and accommodation. Mr. Speaker, if I could just go to the opening preamble of the member's bill. My concern with the preamble is the reference to the commitment of the Government of Canada to exploring creative options for development of new legislation in collaboration with, and I quote, First Nation organizations that have demonstrated an interest in this work. But right off the bat, Mr. Speaker, what the member is doing is narrowing the very constitutional obligation to consult with all First Nations. Perhaps this was unintentional, and I'm sure that the member might want to reconsider that because I think his intentions are in the best for his fellow First Nations. It does fail to reference First Nation governments, and that will derogate from that overriding constitutional obligation. The bill does propose, as a number of the members have pointed out, and the member who tabled the bill has pointed out, proposes a number of measures to rescind or amend provisions in the Indian Act. For example, specific provisions to do with residential schools, wills and estates, the duty to attend school, the process for enacting banned bylaws, and the sale of produce. Few would oppose the right of Canadian First Nations to make these kinds of decisions for their own peoples. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is not with the intention of passing over those powers. The problem is the way in which this member has gone about this. Another measure, Mr. Speaker, that I find problems with is that the member, well, first of all, he does require, and this is a good provision, if the rest of the bill could stand and if it had been consulted on in advance, would require the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs to report annually to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee on actions taken to replace the Indian Act. What would have been preferable under such a bill, and I would have thought the First Nations would agree, is that the report should be to Parliament, which is normally what happens when you have a matter of interest to this place. Of course, that should be the duty of prior consultation. In tabling the bill, the honourable member suggested that Section 2 of the bill requires a collaborative let me start that again, Mr. Speaker. The member has suggested when he tabled the bill that this section of the bill where the minister would have to report to the committee also requires that there be a collaborative consultation process between First Nations and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs on the Indian Act. Regrettably, there is no such provision in this bill, and it probably would have been a useful one, and certainly supported by the First Nations. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem with this bill is on the very matter of the duty to consult. And as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and is known to the members in this place and should be known, is there is an overriding constitutional duty to consult. That duty was upheld, first of all, in the famous Mikisew Cree case, which originated from my province with the Mikisew Cree First Nation and has been repeated in numerous cases since. And that duty is on the Government of Canada to advance consultation, consideration, and accommodation of First Nation people's interests before any decision is made by the Government of Canada. That duty is again reiterated in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in both Article 18 and 19. Article 18, Mr. Speaker, says, Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own Indigenous decision-making decisions. Article 19, states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting or implementing legislative administrative measures that may affect them. At the Crown First Nation gathering, as a number of the members have pointed out, I believe that the member who tabled the bill also pointed this out, that the Prime Minister made certain commitments regarding to the Indian Act. And if I can quote back to you, Mr. Speaker, the words of the Prime Minister at that gathering. To be sure, our government has no grand scheme to repeal or unilaterally rewrite the Indian Act. So he undertook that he would work in collaboration with the First Nations should any changes be made to the Indian Act. The member for Desnethe Missinippi Churchill has advised the House that he had consulted First Nations in the development of this bill and had found support. I conferred, Mr. Speaker, with a number of First Nations, in particular in the prairies, to confirm that their views have been expressed and determine their views so that I could share those in the House. Mr. Speaker, this is what I've been able to determine. In the First Nations that I was able to reach in Alberta, I was advised that several presentations were made by the member to Alberta First Nations after the tabling of the bill. So that's not the case of advanced consultation. Both sessions brought to my attention were ticketed events at a cost of $575, including for students. The notice for these meetings clearly said, space is limited, this is not consultation. Alberta Treaty 8 Chief Rose Lubicon, who is the regional chief responsible for legislation, advised me today that neither she nor her First Nation had been consulted in the drafting of the bill. I also contacted, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan First Nations, and I was provided with the following information. Saskatchewan, the Assembly of Chiefs of Saskatchewan, the Federation of Chiefs of Indian Nations, were so upset by the presentation made by the member that they issued a series of press releases, and if I can share with you, Mr. Speaker. This is from their issued press release. First Nation leaders attending the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations Legislative Assembly were outraged and insulted by the Member of Parliament for Desnethe Missinippi Churchill presentation on his proposed private member's bill 428. Mr. Clark requested, due to his ongoing work on this bill, that he wouldn't allow questions from the floor at our Legislative Assembly. The chiefs were not consulted, nor do we view his attendance yesterday as a form of consultation on which Mr. Clark is trying to undertake with his proposed amendments to the Indian Act. This is a furthering of the White Paper policy of 1969, said Vice Chief Morley Watson. He then, the chief then stated, this is Vice Chief Watson, if you read the bill as presented, there are grave concerns. It's designed to bring into reality the steps to get rid of the Indian Act. The member is putting in place the steps needed to accomplish this task. There are many...
Point of order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member was referring to a member of this House by name other than the name of the constituency. And so I'd ask that, Mr. Speaker, that you ensure that members are referred to by the name of their district rather than by their first or last name.
Quoted it in your press release.
I did not say the name of the member. I said the member for the constituency, Mr.
I did not hear that. Obviously, the member knows from Edmonton Strathcona, having been here, that she's not to use an individual name and only the riding designation. But I did not hear her use the individual name.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you will probably confirm, I actually conferred with you in advance to find out if I could say the name of the member, and you confirmed with me I have to say the name of his riding, and I apologize if I'm having trouble with the pronunciation. I'm doing my best. Continuing on, if you read the bill as presented, these are the words of Vice Chief Watson. If you read the bill as presented, there is grave concerns. It is designed to bring into reality the steps to get rid of the Indian Act. The member is putting in place the steps needed to accomplish this task. There are many issues with the Indian Act, and this private member's bill will not go ahead with the full inclusion and support of all First Nations. The Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations has a consultation policy, and the federal government needs to recognize our inherent sovereign and treaty rights. In the second release, Mr. Speaker, the members state, the Member of Parliament for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River addressed Chiefs in Assembly regarding his private member's Bill C-428 to amend the Indian Act. The approach used by Mr. Clark to not take any questions from the Chiefs in Assembly offended and disgusted his...
No, you just repeated the member's name, family name.
Didn't I just say the member? Okay, sorry. The approach used by the member to not take any questions from the Chiefs in Assembly offended and disgusted his audience. The Federation has sent a formal response letter to the Prime Minister's office regarding this bill. How's my time, Mr. Speaker? Okay. There was a third release in October expressing strong concerns with the bill. I won't read that out to you again, but strong concerns with the process followed. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will share the words of the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. And he has expressed concern. Federal attempts to repair the much-hated Indian Act are not going to work because First Nations have not been involved in designing the way forward. He then said, Ottawa has taken a piecemeal approach to First Nation reform, fiddling with education here, safe drinking water there, without tackling the fundamental problem of Aboriginal treaties and rights not being respected. You've got to do them all at the same time. They are one piece. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I commend the member for coming forward and trying to spur changes in this avenue, but regrettably, there does not appear to have been sufficient prior consultation, and therefore we cannot support the bill.
Resuming debate, would it please the débat the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It truly is an honour for me to rise to be able to speak about a subject that is truly dear to my heart, which is the replacement and the eventual repeal of the Indian Act. I have to commend my colleague from Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River for the courage that he's shown taking on this so important issue. This is an individual who, as a First Nation man, has consulted his whole life living under the Indian Act. Someone who's been able to interact with his fellow First Nations brothers and sisters for his entire life. This is consultation, a degree of consultation that no one in this House currently has, in my opinion, in their past. He's been meeting with people from across Canada on such an important subject as this. But I do know of some examples of recent bills that haven't been consulted on. The member from Edmonton Strathcona has referred to Article 18 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And she's quite right that there is an obligation to consult with Indigenous peoples. I wholly support that, and I thank this member for doing that. But there are cases where it hasn't happened. In fact, yesterday while I was at the Justice Committee, there's a bill before the Justice Committee currently Bill C-279, and we had witnesses there at that committee, the Canadian Human Rights Commission. And I posed the question to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Does this bill impact First Nations people? Are First Nations communities impacted by this act, and do they have an impact on the lives of First Nations people? And if their answer was yes, this bill absolutely does affect First Nations people. My question then became, was there consultation on this bill? And in fact, there wasn't any. The member from Musqueam, Wandafuka, did not indicate that there was any consultation. I spoke with the Assembly of First Nations that the member from Edmonton Strathcona has referred to as an important entity that we do discuss these issues with. Obviously, they are the bona fide organization of First Nations people. They were not contacted on that bill. But during those deliberations, the member from Gatineau, in a cavalier way, just set aside that there was any obligation to consult with First Nations peoples on that bill. So I take offense to what she's suggesting, that we hear the Aboriginal people on this side of the House, where this member is truly a hero amongst me and others in the First Nations community for the work that he's doing, to suggest that we aren't reaching out to our Aboriginal friends is, in my opinion, not reality, and it's something that we're endeavoring to do. And so I'd ask for her to maybe talk to some of her colleagues about some of the bills that they're proposing and the impact that they have on First Nations people. She shakes her head much like the member from Gatineau, who just cavalierly set it aside that there was any obligation to consult with First Nations people on a bill that will impact their communities. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is an important day. This bill is timely and necessary. With each passing day, the Indian Act is revealed to be unfit for the times in which we live. When it was first enacted in 1876, it disenfranchised First Nations people, and it still disenfranchises everyone who lives under it today. Just recently, we've seen a clear example of why the Indian Act must go in my home province. In fact, in Manitoba, in Buffalo Point First Nation, there are residents that are living in that community, women and children, who risk being put out on the street because of political disagreements in that community. Political disagreements with their chief. And because of these protests, they could have their homes taken away from them and be disenfranchised through the powers granted under the Indian Act. Imagine if this was to happen off reserve. Imagine if someone disagreed with their city councillor and all of a sudden was evicted from their home and put out on the street. There would be mass outrage, and nobody would stand for that. And this is the exact point that I'd like to make about this community, and unfortunately sometimes other communities as well. Disenfranchisement is occurring. It violates not only any sense of justice or decency, but it violates all democratic principles. This is one reason, and just one reason, why the Indian Act needs to be replaced. It's an archaic, oppressive, and unjust piece of legislation. It denies Aboriginal Canadians the rights that they deserve. It denies individual rights. It denies matrimonial and property rights, leaving women in danger of losing everything due to disputes outside their control. Many people may not be aware, but the Indian Act denies First Nations people the right to control their own wills and estates. The Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development has the power to void the will of a First Nations person if they so choose. As my colleague has said, Bill C-428 will repeal the sections of the Indian Act that gives this paternalistic power to the minister. It will be a step towards true freedom and independence for First Nations people. Bill C-428 will also return authority over the creation of bylaws on reserve to where it belongs, the leadership of that reserve. As things currently stand, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs must sign off on bylaws made by leadership on reserves. First Nations people can govern themselves. They don't need this pre-Confederation prison to remain. As with the wills and estates rules, this is a further denial of independence and decision-making for First Nations people. The Indian Act has no place in the 20th century or the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, it is time to replace this act. Mr. Speaker, we had the member from Kenora here earlier who has done great work as the Parliamentary Secretary to Aboriginal Affairs and has been a great advocate for Métis people, my community, and of course First Nations people, Inuit people as well. I think back to previous members from that riding who've also done great work from other parties. A former member of the Liberal Party who is no longer a member, so I can name him, I believe. Mr. Speaker, I think you consent to that. Mr. Robert Nault, who was then Minister of Indian Affairs, did bring forward, in my opinion, some very innovative solutions, namely the First Nations Governance Act, which I thought was a step in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, there were many First Nations that did not like that approach. There were many that did. One of the aspects of that bill that everyone did agree on was that the Indian Act needed to be repealed. And that's, I think, the starting point that everyone in this House does agree on, that the Indian Act must be replaced. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to work with First Nations people from across Canada. I've had the opportunity to work with First Nations chiefs, councillors, and regular community members. And there's no question that everyone believes that it is time for this act to be replaced. I believe that the Indian Act is nothing less than a prison that shackles Aboriginal people in this country and prevents them from achieving economic actualization. Mr. Speaker, we need to proceed with the initiatives that this member has proposed before this House. He started a debate that I'm glad we're having. There's opinions from all sides on this matter, but I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that the Indian Act must be replaced, and I would hope that at some point in the near future we can get to that moment where First Nations people will be enfranchised and have that autonomy that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Seeing none, I call on the member from Destinée, Mississippi, Churchill River for the final 5 minutes of the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to stand here today and close debate on my Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act and provide for its replacement. As a member of Muskeg Lake First Nations and as a former RC police officer who spent a large part of my 18 years on the force doing First Nations policing, I have seen firsthand the cultural, societal, and economic barriers that the Indian Act has built. It's an archaic, colonialist piece of legislation that institutionalizes racism and represses the self-determination of First Nations. Mr. Speaker, the Indian Act is completely contrary to the Canadian values and has kept First Nations from taking advantage of the same rights and opportunities that have been available to all other Canadians for 136 years. Clearly, something has to change. All Canadians recognize the hardships the Indian Act has caused my people, and we are all eager for positive, enduring change. After engaging with many First Nations, organizations, leaders, band members, and other interested stakeholders, I believe we have arrived at an important turning point. My private member's bill is a result of significant open discussion and represents the desire of First Nations to be self-reliant and free from shackles of the Indian Act. Throughout this engagement process, I've always welcomed feedback on ways the bill could be improved. I recognize that there are many, or may be, a need for amendments that will clarify certain aspects of the bill, and I've indicated that I am open to that. I look forward to hearing more from grassroots members and leaders of First Nations and other interested parties before, during, and after committee hearings. Their suggestions and concerns will certainly be valuable to this process and will be taken very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I've been heartened recently to see that First Nations leadership has acknowledged that the Indian Act and its bureaucracy must go. It is important that First Nations take leadership and initiative in order to ensure success. I am proud that my Bill C-428 has provided the opportunity for a frank discussion and debate and has led to recognition of the fact that the Indian Act is a blemish on Canadian society in a way that has never been done before. Until we can provide for its replacement, it hinders First Nations success and prosperity. I believe that my bill is only the first step in doing away with the Indian Act entirely, and we must continue to focus our efforts on fulfilling that goal. That is why I believe one of the most crucial components of my bill is the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs' duty to report to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee on all work undertaken by his or her department in collaboration with First Nations and organizations, leaders, and band members and other interested parties to develop new legislation to replace the outdated Indian Act. The introduction of such a process accepts the need for ongoing collaboration between the Crown and First Nations. Other parts of the Indian Act, like the subsections on wills and estates and the bylaw publication, emphasize the need to move beyond the Indian Act. It's hard to believe that in 2012, the First Nations reserves have to seek permission of the minister to sell their produce, that they are prohibited from doing business with anyone they choose. These paternalistic features stand in the way of First Nations independence, perpetuate the paternalism. It's about time that First Nations are afforded the same rights and opportunities that all Canadians expect and deserve. Mr. Speaker, we have a unique opportunity today to fulfill this vision. My bill transcends partisan politics, and I urge strong, multi-partisan support. The opposition needs to understand the First Nations are as rich in diversity and opinion as all Canadians are. To think otherwise is outdated and out-of-touch thinking. Bill C-428 is just the beginning of a long road of empowering First Nations people and doing away with the paternalistic and offensive policies. I'm confident it will spur the necessary change we're all striving for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période réservée au débat.
The time reserved for debate is now expired, and therefore the question is the following.
It's moved that Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act, publication of bylaws, and to provide for its replacement, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed, please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, the 5th of December, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso not being present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. It being 7:38, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.